items, and there is nothing to report out at this time. Thank you for attending or viewing the February 4th meeting of the Arcata City Council. The City Council meeting is being held hybrid with both in-person attendance and teleconference access via Zoom. I'd like to do the land acknowledgement now. The City of Arcata acknowledges that the lands we are located on are the unceded ancestral lands of the Wiyot tribe. The land that Arcata rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Gudini, meaning over in the woods or among the redwoods. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments removed the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threatened to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Arcata acknowledges the Wiyot community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement seeks to aid in dismantling the legacy of narratives of settler colonialism. Now, if you'd like to join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, will the city clerk please call roll?
Mayor White,
Present.
Vice Mayor Atkins Salazar,
Here.
Councilmember Matthews,
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Councilmember Stillman,
Present.
all present.
Okay. If you would like to make a comment during the meeting, either for an individual agenda item or during the second oral and written communication period under agenda item 12, there are 3 ways to do so. 1, if you are here in person, please line up at the podium when the item you would like to speak on is accepting public comment. 2, if you are logged into Zoom, raise your hand when it is time for public comment on the item you wish to speak on. And 3, if you're on the phone, press star 9 on your phone and raise your hand. And when it is your turn, you will be prompted to dial star 6 on your phone. For these items, we will be taking in-person public comment first and then move to online comments. We will not be going back and forth, so if you are wanting to comment, please line up at the podium or raise your electronic hand as soon as public comment is requested for that item. When we move online comment, I will ask the city clerk how many hands are raised, and then we will proceed to take comment from the number of people that are called at that time. Now, I would like to do ceremonial matters. We have a proclamation in recognition of Black Liberation Month, February 2026, and this certificate of appreciation will be read by Council Member Schaefer.
Whereas Black Liberation Month, also known as Black History Month and African American Heritage Month, is a time to honor the rich cultural heritage, resilient spirit, and significant contributions of Black Americans to the history and progress of our nation. And whereas it is imperative to recognize that the fight for equity and justice continues as Black Americans and people of African descent face systemic racism and inequality in many areas of life, including education, healthcare, housing, and economic opportunity. And whereas the City Council acknowledges and commends the work of local Black organizations and initiatives, including the Umoja Center for Pan-African Excellence, the NAACP, HC Black Music and Arts, Be Black, Black to Our Roots, Youth Art Will Succeed, Black Humble, and dozen of other local Black and Brown-owned businesses that serve as cultural, economic, and social pillars within our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Arcata hereby proclaims February 2026 as Black Liberation Month, Black History Month, and African American Heritage Month, and encourages all residents to honor the contributions of Black Americans, reflect on the history of slavery and its lasting impact, and take action to combat systemic racism in our community, not just February, but every day. The City Council of Arcata urges all residents to participate in and support local Black History Month events, to amplify the voices of Black leaders and organizations, and to promote equity and inclusion in all areas of our society. And that is dated today, February 4th, 2026, and signed by our Mayor, Kimberly White. We have no one here tonight to accept this, but we will get this to our community organizations listed in there. So thank you, folks.
Okay, so we are going to do a report for committee and commissions. Today we'll receive an annual report from the Planning Commission. Can we receive a report from Planning Commission Chair Matthew Simmons, please?
Good evening. My name is Matt Simmons. I am the Planning Commission Chair, and I have the honor of presenting the Commission's annual report to you tonight. This has been a slow year for discretionary permits at the Planning Commission, but that's partly attributed to the effectiveness of the streamlining we've adopted in our long-range plans, which allows for ministerial permits. Staff keeps us apprised of projects as they come in, and we're looking forward to seeing some of the first projects being approved under the new general plan and various zoning codes. We have the HUD Pro Housing Grant, which we're going to use to work on the Valley West form-based code this year. We're also planning to update the 20-year-old zoning code in order to be consistent with the general plan 2045. Really looking forward to approving the local coastal program. The Planning Commission is considering approval on February 24th, and the City Council will then have it on March 4th. That's a document that's been in the works for many years. The plan is a foundation for streamlining beneficial projects in the coastal zone, as well as establishing a financial basis for adaptation and retreat from sea level rise. The climate action plan was recently approved by Humboldt County and the city of Eureka, and I'm looking forward to Arcata approving it as well. We're also excited about the nomination of the plaza as a National Historic Site. And lastly, I want to emphasize the Commission's request that the Council support a training budget for planning commissioners. Frankly, housing law, environmental review law, local coastal law all update with alarming regularity, and it's hard for me to keep track, even though it's my full-time job. And so having training for the planning commissioners would be excellent. We're going to make a specific request through the budget process, but we found the Association of Environmental Professionals Advanced SQL Workshop helpful at a minimum. I'll close with that. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you for that update. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. I feel like you're right. We haven't hardly seen each other this year. I feel like we used to spend so much time together. But I absolutely support anything that would keep you abreast of any information with housing laws. I think that we expect you to be the experts and, you know, advise us. So I completely support that. And thank you again so much for your hard work.
So I was just going to say, it will be really quite exciting if we finally we'll have the Coastal Commission plan adopted, because it's been years, I would say years for this. It's a very long process, and I hope it can speed up or at least come to some kind of conclusion so we can figure out finally what to do so that we can have one. So we aren't operating with two plans.
Yeah.
One above 7th and one below 7th.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And carry on. Do a
Thank
good
you.
job as you all are. Thank you.
It is a lot of time and work, so thank you for serving the community in that capacity.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I wanted to thank you. As a former planning commissioner, I do understand how much time you put into that, and I absolutely do support the training budget. It really helped me a lot to get me up to speed, and also very much looking forward to approving both those plans, including the climate action plan. So great. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to staff reports. All reports shall be specifically limited to city business and shall not request or lead to action by the city council at this meeting. So item A, receive a presentation from the County of Humboldt staff on the continuum of care. And tonight, the Humboldt staff is not available to present at this meeting, so this item will be rescheduled for a future meeting date. And then item B, receive an Arcata Fire District 2025 year-end report from the fire chief, Chris Emmons. And just as a point of order, that music, is that okay? It's a little distracting. I really want to give our full attention to Chief Emmons.
It would be good.
So could somebody be so kind to close the door so that, thank you so very much.
Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me to present to you our 2025 year in review. I know most people know this, but I'll cover it anyway. For the folks that don't know, that the Arcata Fire District is an independent district. We cover basically from the Indianola intersection all the way up to almost, Little River area, and then all the way out to Glendale. So we cover about 64 square miles, and our entire population in our jurisdiction is right around 37,000 people. So we have 21 staff on suppression. That includes chief officers as well as personnel that are staffing fire engines at 3 stations. We have 2 stations in Arcata and 1 station up in McKinleyville. I gotta have these or I'll
Hey,
never
Chief,
get
would you
through it.
talk a little closer to the mic? I'm
Sure,
sorry. Thank you so
absolutely.
much.
Sorry about that.
No, you have some competition there, so normally it would be okay. Thank you for,
You bet.
yeah.
Okay, so for our 2025 year-end report, what you'll see here is that as far as fires, we had a 9.8% increase over 2024 for our highest call volume ever. You'll see shortly a trend line where our calls just continue to rise. And this is the highest pre-COVID, 12 incidents more than the highest pre-COVID numbers that we had. We had a 3.1% increase in fire incidents. We went from 161 to 166. Had a 3.1 increase in our EMS and rescue those are the majority of our calls, where we're 2,061 calls up to 2,126 calls. We arrive an 11.9% increase in arriving after the ambulance and a 3.1 decrease in arriving before the ambulance. It's actually a good thing because a lot of times folks think that, and it just depends on the area, but we have more resources than the ambulances. But what that says is that the ambulance is also covering its area very well. We had a 30% increase in service calls, and that's a tremendous increase for us. And then as far as our false alarms, that was about a 1.5% increase in good intent calls, which maybe someone sees smoke off in the area and they call it in as a fire, but it's actually could be, cooking, barbecuing, something like that. So as far as our incidents by zone, Arcata had 1,808 calls for service. And that's about a 3.6% increase. McKinleyville was 1,425. You can see Manila, and it had an 18.3% increase up to 71 calls. I'll throw an asterisk in with the next one, which is Cal Poly had 129 calls for service, which was a 21.6% increase. However, that correlates with when the new dorms opened up, we were working through some of the false alarms with the alarm system. So the alarm system had to be tweaked a little bit, and it works just fine. But therefore, about the first 2 weeks, we were working through some of the bugs, which we expected. So what we have here is a heat map, and the red areas are where the majority of our calls are. And the reason there's 2 of them, you'll see on the map on the left, it says emergency reporting. That's a software that we use. Mid-year, or about 2/3 of the way through the year, we changed to another software called First Due. And the reason we switched to that is we joined in with 4 other agencies so that we could do it, so we could purchase that software cheaper and collaborate our data together. So that's basically, you can see the trend with the red in the areas, but basically what that is the difference between the 2 different softwares. Call stacking or overlapping incidents. So what call stacking is, as I mentioned, we have 3 stations, and anytime we have 1 unit out, 30% of the time, it's actually 31% of the time, we end up getting another call. So it could be 1 more unit goes out, or it could be both the other units go out. We don't have a way to differentiate between that, but 31% of the time, we have at least 2 units out at any given time on calls, which would correlate directly with our increase in call volume. So please remember, this is 2025, because next year is going to be a lot different, just starting out from the January 2nd incident. So in 2025, the city of Arcata, the pre-incident values was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 19 million property and contents combined. As far as the total combined pre-incident value, the losses for the city of Arcata from incidents such as fires was 776,000 for property and then 415,000 for contents. But that's a 94% save rate, which we're actually pretty proud of that, to be able to save 94% compared to a lot of other areas that may be down in the 80s. So McKinleyville area, we had a 97% save, but we also had a lot less fires up there too. As far as our, where was I here? Oh, our Cal Poly Humboldt, we had $100 million that of property with 500,000 in contents, and we only had a $400 loss on that. So I'm proud to say we had a 100% save rate on that one. So our incident count by station. So our McKinleyville station jumped 2.3%. It went from 1,403 calls to 1,436. Our Mad River station went from 825 to 1,022, which was a 23.8% increase. That's actually a huge increase. But again, I can attribute that to the false alarms that we had at the new dorms when they opened up. So I don't want you to think that the Mad River area is burning rampantly or anything like that. The Arcata area jumped by, or actually decreased by 0.4%. 1,402 down to 1,397. So that's actually, it's good. That means our messaging is getting out and we had less fires in the downtown area. The other graph on the side, it's more of a, I would say it's more of an internal thing for us, but we have 3 different shifts. So on each shift, we have A shift, B shift, and C shift, and there's a little bit of internal pride on who runs the most calls. So that's why we plugged that one in there. And you can see that, the green column on the right was C shift, so they're proudly stating that they ran more calls than everybody else. Just a little tidbit of information here that our busiest day of the week, through averages annually, is actually on Saturday, and that would be expected. That's when people are getting out doing things. Might have people that are up in the woods, community forest, where we might end up with a difficulty breathing type of a call. The majority of those were all medical related or good intent calls. And as I mentioned before, our projections, you can see at 2019, we had 3,860. This year we had 3,875, but the trend line is certainly progressing up. So I predict within the next year or two, we'll probably break 4,000 calls. When I started in 1992 here, we were running about 1,800 calls. So that's how much we've progressed in, well, a number of years. So as far as our staff, as I mentioned, we have 21 suppression staff, including the 3 chief officers. We started the year a little bit short on a couple of positions, our fire apparatus engineers, and those are the people that actually drive the apparatus. We have a captain and an engineer on every engine. In January, we hired 2 new engineers, both local people. We love to hire locals so that we can keep them around. And so we picked up a couple of really good people here, and they just completed their annual probationary period, and they're full-fledged engineers now in the department. So some of you may know Ed Laidlaw. He's our fire marshal. He works closely with the city building department. You might see him down here at City Hall quite a bit. Some of the things that he's responsible for are, he does a lot of our public education. He meets with the building department and discusses projects that are coming in, how to, save time for the developers that might be building something, that he can answer questions prior to or before they start building so that they don't run into roadblocks down the road. He works closely with Joe Bishop, the building official. He also does a lot of hydrant flows throughout our jurisdiction, and does get called for code enforcement type issues, where there might be structures that something like maybe stairs need to be rebuilt or something like that. There are certain state mandated inspections we have to do, which includes schools, apartments, hotels, motels, and he handles most of those with the aid of a part-time inspector that we have. We do special event inspections, which might be something like the farmer's market. We do one initial inspection just to make sure everybody's dialed in on what to do if there's an incident. He does his construction inspections where they might be installing sprinklers, and then also provides building code interpretation. So he's a 1.5 person show that actually does quite a bit for the entire jurisdiction and a lot within the city. So as you can see with our state mandated inspections, district wide, we did 336 apartments, 15 schools, and 9 hotels. Like I said, we picked up a part-time inspector that position had been vacant, and prior to that, Assistant Chief Peabody, who was one of my assistant chiefs, and Assistant Chief McDonald, who's actually out here, they actually picked up the slack on that. So I commend them, because these are things that we have to do by law, and they were able to get out and take care of it. One of the things that was a priority this last year for us was getting our messaging out, being better about it, and trying to be out in front of the public, getting messaging out as far as safety, disaster prep. And so what you can see here is what the efforts it's essentially from all of our staff contributing by, they go to a call, they take a picture, they send it in to our business manager, and she would readily craft a press release or a social media post and really try to put us out there. The feedback we've gotten from the public has been great, because over the last few years, we've kind of been lacking in messaging about safety, and we definitely needed to step up that game, and we did. And I think this actually shows our stats quite well. This was when this is Instagram. So you can see where we actually began posting on Instagram here, and that's what our posts are. And most of our posts are going to, typically be the how to prepare for spring, clearing brush from around your residence, or in Christmas time, it's like how to be safe at Christmas time, and storm information. And again, here's a couple of our media posts. This one on the left is a vegetation fire we had up in the community forest. Ended up being about 1/2 acre, and it was actually quite impressive for being in the community forest, because typically the brush doesn't burn like it did that day. And then this was right across from the fire station. The one on the right was actually a salon that had a fire, and it was, I believe, someone from the Mission Linen Company heard an alarm go off, and he pounded on the fire station door, and they literally pulled the hose out the front of the station and put it out. So right place at the right time for that one. So when I was working on this today, I was wondering about some of the things that we want to look forward to. And one thing I want to say is working with the city staff has been tremendous. I've worked with Merritt and David Loya, and I mean, the communication channels have opened up tremendously. I mean, we're probably communicating better than most cities at this point, I believe. So the things we want to focus on are continued strong interagency coordination on emergency response and incident management, ongoing collaboration with the city leadership on fire response, community risk reduction, and community safety efforts, joint participation in emergency preparedness, planning, and resilience. They being the city staff, invited us to participate in a large drill here recently, so it was nice to be a part of that. Consistent communication and cooperation during special events and periods of increased call volume, or I'll even say large events like what we had the other day. I mean, every time I turned around in the pickup, I had somebody from the city staff at the window asking what they could do to help. So that was, it kind of brought everything down, and it was that collaboration that, I said, hey, we're about ready to run out of fuel on some fire trucks. Can you help me out? And they made it happen. So it was quite a team effort. And then obviously the shared commitment to public safety service to the Arcata community. Those are our strengths. And what we want for the future is to continue to enhance our coordination and strengthen the joint response. I will say, I don't know if it actually hit the news, but early fall, we had a couple of kids that were lost in the community forest over the night. And if it hadn't have been for the APD officers, I mean, it could have been a much different outcome. But I worked closely with Sergeant Jansen, and then later on in the morning, because we were out there all through the night, with the sheriff's office and then Lieutenant Altizer, working together, and it was a very positive outcome. I mean, the kids were both hypothermic, but nonetheless, they were. It was a happy ending. So. We want to align our strategic planning to support shared community resilience goals, expand joint training and preparedness for disasters and major incidents, partner on community risk reduction, incident response, and public education, and pursue joint opportunities to support mutual priorities. Just recently, Chief Ortega and I both attended the Homeland Security Grant meeting. It's called the Gang of Five, which is police, fire, Department of Health and Human Services. And, while we were on that meeting, some of the discussions that came from all sides were, what can we do together? I mean, there's more power if we join together as opposed to fire wanting to get a fire engine, and there's more power than police wanting to get whatever the police get. If we join together and say, can we do some joint training together? Maybe we can fund some joint training where we all benefit from it. So we'll see where that goes. That we put the request in, but I think that's something that we're all committed to doing together. And that's essentially my presentation. If there's any questions, I can answer.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much for that. Kind of a misnomer calling it the Arcata Fire District, being that we serve 5 communities,
Yeah.
3 stations, all under one district. So,
Well, and actually, you bring up a very valid point. Recently, I mean, from my perspective, I see it as 6 communities because I see Cal Poly as a
Yes.
community within the community. So to me, they're a 6th community for us.
point well taken. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's start with Meredith. Councilmember Matthews.
That's all right. I feel like, unlike our last presenter, we've seen a lot of
I
you,
know, we've been talking a
which
lot.
I appreciate. But again, thank you so much for what you do. I really appreciate all of the synergy that I have been seeing between you and APD and the city staff. I think that really speaks volumes. And so I
Been
hope
fun.
that continues. And thank
It's
you
been
again.
fun working with them.
Yeah.
So, can I call a point of order? Yes, we will give you an opportunity, and absolutely you will be able to share. I promise we will get to you in a timely manner. Does anyone else like to?
Just no questions, but thank you, and great report as always. And it would be helpful, could we maybe get these slides shared as well, just to have some of those facts at our fingertips? Thanks.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And I was wondering, you mentioned the increase in levels of service since you started in 1992. Have you seen the same level of staffing increases to keep up with that?
So yes, well, not to keep up with it, but we have seen an increase in staffing. When I started, there were 2 stations that were staffed with 1 person at each station. And now we currently have 2 people at 3 different stations. One of the things we did, I don't remember if it was at the beginning of last year or the end of 24, we purchased the downtown fire station. And a few years back, Chief McFarland was able to staff that station through the assistance of the public with not benefit assessment, but the special tax was able to help us get additional staffing to reopen stations so that we could have all 3 stations open.
Thank you.
So I was just thinking about, you were talking about how much of an increase we've had in the last few years. Do you have any solutions about how we could decrease instead of increasing?
I think a big part of it, my personal opinion, is a lot more public education will help out. I think some of the things we see, unfortunately, is the economic downturn, which affects a lot of the medical insurance issues. So I think that people don't get the same care or get the care they need, which I think increases our call volume then.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate it. I've been thinking about education and how important it is for people to understand how buildings are built and how, sprinkler systems, and et cetera, and what they can do. And so how we are going to be looking at that in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for prioritizing getting the messaging out there because, yes, as you pointed out, public education makes all the difference. I also am thrilled that you have become part of that tabletop exercise for disaster preparedness. Definitely on the same with you on that. And I love the idea of the Gang of Five collaborating because we are better together. And once again, thank you. I know it's not a 2025 issue, but January 2nd is just so close right now. Just so appreciative of all of the first responders, and we all had the honor to attend the Heroes Parade. And just, yeah, you guys are, yeah, thank you for saving our city. All right. Now we are going to be receiving a report from Arcata Police Department, their 2025 year-end activity report from Police Chief Chris Ortega. So I just want to say that I realize your frustration, and if you can listen for a minute, we'll be able to hear you as well. I know that you're concerned about housing, the treatment of people who are experiencing homelessness, and we do look forward to your concerns. At the same time, we are required to follow the city's procedural rules, so disrupting makes it difficult for us to move forward. But even more important, we have 7 agenda items that I think you want to hear that are going to directly impact homeless services and housing through the CBDG grant. And I invite you to come and engage in that and give us your ideas, because I think that's why you're here, right? We all are at the same, we all want to work together to access safe and dignified housing. So I ask for your understanding tonight so that we continue to work together, both with respect and community rights, and make progress without putting anyone at risk. And let's decide how we can solve this together. So again, a point of order. This is your first warning, and then we're going to have to ask you to leave. So again,
I just ask you, Mayor White, to remind people if they're going to continue to disrupt, to let them know they'll be asked to leave if they're
yeah,
going to continue to
again,
disrupt.
just to reiterate that we definitely want to hear you, but when it's your turn. And right now, we have a community report from our chief of police, and I would appreciate not having to have you removed, because I really do want to hear from you when it's your turn. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor White and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the Arcata Police Department's 2025 annual update. So tonight I'll give a concise overview of our workload, staffing, community-focused efforts with emphasis on how the department performed during a year of transition and stabilization. This should only be about 10 minutes with plenty of opportunity for Q&A from council at the end. First is a snapshot of our department activity. In 2025, we handled nearly 36,000 incidents, including over 23,000 calls for service. We investigated over 2,600 cases and made over 1,600 arrests. Roughly a third of our activity was officer initiated, reflecting proactive patrol, traffic enforcement, and problem-solving efforts. These numbers reflect not only crime, but the full range of services we provide, including welfare checks, mental health-related calls, traffic collisions, and quality of life concerns. Serious violent crime remains relatively low, and we had 0 homicides in 2025. Property crime, alcohol and drug-related activity, and quality of life issues make up the majority of our workload. And while overall crime levels are stable, our workload is complex and service-oriented and always requires time, follow-up, and coordination beyond an initial response. Here you can see specific locations with higher call volume and activity. These are not necessarily high crime locations, but areas with higher levels of activity and public interaction that consistently generate calls for service. So we use all of this information to guide resource deployment and to inform our responses. We worked throughout the year to reach full staffing, and I'm happy to report today all sworn positions are filled on paper. However, several sworn positions are currently held by officers who are still attending the police academy or are undergoing our field training program, and they're not yet operating independently. So during this phase, experienced patrol officers and field training officers carry the majority of calls for service, while also training and mentoring our new hires. And this allows us to maintain service levels while building long-term stability. I'm also happy to report that our communications center is fully staffed and operational, which has been critical to maintaining call taking, dispatching, and service continuity. We also filled our previously vacant community services officer position, and among their primary duties are handling cold crime reports, abandoned vehicle abatement, animal control, which helps reduce patrol's workload and allows officers to remain available for higher priority calls for service. We had 6 internal promotions in 2025, including my promotion to chief, and also 2 promotions to lieutenant, 2 to patrol sergeant, and 1 to detective sergeant. I want to congratulate Luke, Keith, Brom, Conan, and Victoria on their promotions. And I also want to thank them for stepping up to increased responsibility and leadership roles within the organization. Internal promotions support continuity, leadership, development, and morale, and help preserve institutional knowledge as we build experience across the organization. We also experienced key retirements in 2025, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Chief Silvers, Lieutenant Dockweiler, Sergeant Hoffman, for their years of dedicated service to our community and to the police department. While retirements are a normal part of the organization's life cycle, they do mark a transition in experience and leadership in our current team. Our current leadership team is committed to developing the next generation so that we can continue to carry those values forward. I want to touch briefly on our investigations unit. The unit consists of 1 detective sergeant, 1 detective, and 1 evidence technician. 1 detective position remains unfilled currently, and 1 detective is assigned to the Regional Drug Task Force. So functionally, this leaves us operating 1 detective short for local investigative follow-up. But despite this, the unit continues to prioritize serious crimes such as sexual assault and crimes against children, with close coordination between detectives, patrol, and our Arcata community outreach team, which we refer to as our ACOT team. Our ACOT team remains a critical part of our response model. The team is made up of 1 sergeant along with personnel assigned to Downtown Bike Patrol, Park Ranger, and Valley West. It focuses on community-oriented policing projects and coordinated problem solving. The Community Ambassador Program is also housed within the ACOT unit, allowing for close coordination between outreach, engagement, and alternate response efforts. During 2025, the department focused on overall staffing stabilization, and the Valley West officer assignment remained consistent, but the ACOT sergeant, the Downtown Bike Patrol, and the Park Ranger positions were only staffed for part of the year. And even with that variability, in 2025, ACOT responded to 895 calls for service. They collaboratively removed 400,000 pounds of environmentally damaging waste from green spaces and other spaces, and worked closely with service providers such as Arcata House Partnership to connect individuals to services and housing. And provided our staffing and retention trends continue to move in a positive direction like they're doing now, we intend to reinvest in ACOT, and this spring, we intend to staff the ACOT sergeant, who will also serve as a community engagement specialist, along with the Downtown Bike Patrol and Park Ranger positions. And so this approach allows us to strengthen visibility, prevention, and coordination across the city as staffing continues to stabilize. The Community Ambassador Program continues to deliver strong results. The ambassadors provided thousands of assists to housed and unhoused community members. They supported local businesses. They generated public works referrals for hazards and large waste abatement, and they expanded services into Valley West in 2025. And this is a strong example of alternate response models improving quality of life while reducing the need for a police response. Our juvenile diversion efforts also are an important part of our alternate response approach, and they focus on early intervention rather than enforcement. In 2025, we supported 94 families, facilitated evidence-based parenting programs, and diverted 33 youths from the criminal justice system. By addressing behavior early and connecting families with resources, this model supports safer outcomes for youth and long-term community safety. APD participated in 50 community engagement events in 2025. These efforts are about building relationships, earning trust, and listening, and they directly inform how we adjust response strategies and priorities. This included community dialogues on immigration, coordinated through Equity Arcata, Cal Poly Humboldt's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and Centro del Pueblo. These discussions focused on building trust and providing accurate information about Arcata Police Department's role under local, state, and federal law, including the message that APD cannot participate in immigration enforcement. And as a separate effort, we also continued elementary school-based engagement focused on relationship building, familiarity, and early connection rather than enforcement. And looking ahead, we intend to continue to invest in community engagement, recognizing that dialogue and connection are essential to long-term community safety. In closing, 2025 was a year of transition and progress for the Arcata Police Department. We focus on rebuilding staffing, investing in training, and maintaining service levels while continuing to deliver results through patrol, investigations, outreach, alternate response models, and community engagement. I'm confident in our leadership team, and I'm very proud of our sworn and professional staff. Thank you again, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for that report. So give me a minute here, okay? First, I want to say that I am so thrilled to have our very first Latinx chief of police. I also want to say
Mayor, we need to.
but just a point of order, want to keep you here. We do want to engage with you. So we don't support ICE. We're a sanctuary city, and I am proud that. So do we want to maybe?
Just let them know if they're going to continue to disrupt, then we'll have to ask people to leave.
Yeah, and I want you to stay. So let's try to move on gracefully and respectfully, because you will be asked to leave. We have some very important matters that deal with the unhoused, housing, water rates, and so much more. And it's really important to the community. So, and I hope it is to you as well, because I think that's why you're here. So stay here and give us some ideas on how to use these CBD grants, because that's coming up soon. I hate to have you miss it. Okay, so I'm going to start on the left side this time. Councilmember Alex Stillman, please.
Well, I thank you for it, and congratulations on being our new chief. And I'm really happy to see that after all these years, we've been able to move forward. And I think Measure G was really significant for us in 2008, when we were able to bring on more officers through that program. So thank you for your efforts and for everybody's work with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just again, thank you. Congratulations on being fully staffed. I think several of us were at the rather large swearing in that you had, and we appreciate your effort. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate you
Thank you very much.
and your team. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to give you a special thanks for bringing our community ambassador program out to Valley West. We have them out there 4 days a week. I appreciate that you do that community outreach. Not only, I think people forget that you are out there, we save lives too, right? The children that were found in the woods, you help people out, to keep everybody safe in the community. And I do appreciate that. I appreciate your empathy for our Spanish-speaking community, and I very much appreciate that you are working to keep us fully staffed and everybody safe in our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Okay, so the city values your comments. The public comment period allows people to address the council on matters not on the agenda. This early section of public comment is limited to 15 minutes and speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. If you prefer to have full 3 minutes of your time for public comment, then this item will be continued at the end of the meeting under item 12, where speakers are granted 3 full minutes. So please know, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Arcata count, we cannot discuss or take action on anything that's not listed, but the council may respond to statements. There will be a time to provide public comment specific to each item when that item is being reviewed by the council. So please make your way to the podium. We can take the first 7 speakers. We'll also be moving on to online as well. Step on up.
All right. Hello, my name is Phil Bradley, and I work at Cal Poly Humboldt in the Housing Maintenance Department. I'm here tonight in my role as steward for the Teamsters Local 2010, which represents skilled trades workers both on our campus and the other 21 CSU schools. We have called an unfair labor practice strike that will take place later this month from the 17th through the 20th. We have called this strike because the CSU and the office of Chancellor Mildred Garcia have decided not to honor the 3rd year of our already agreed upon contract that we signed in early 2024. We wanted to alert our community that we will be taking this strike action and shutting down many of campus services during this time, and give apologies in advance for any inconveniences this may cause for anyone's visit to or around campus. I'd like to make clear this is not an action we want to take. Our strike is not targeted at anyone on our campus or in our community. Our strike is instead targeted at the Chancellor's office and the CSU Board of Trustees, who believe that the only response to a budget crisis is to freeze salaries, induce layoffs, and give raises to the highest paid executives in the CSU. We're a group of people that like to fix things and help people. Inconveniencing others is not what we're about. But this is our only option at this point. We would like to invite the community to come and join us on the picket lines. We'll have food, drinks, good chance to block the street and, delay traffic slightly. But mostly we would like your support. I have a petition. I would love it if you would consider signing it, asking the Chancellor's office to stop what they're doing. And I have 10 copies for the clerk.
Okay, thank you. You can set them on the table there and our city clerk will get that. Thank you again. Next.
Hi, my name is Tamar Kriegel, and I come to oppose the idea of sister city with Gaza. That still people comment on this, so I come to oppose about this. And I think that while I acknowledge that there is suffering in Gaza, I think that the city of Arcata, while Hamas is still rule Gaza, I think that any money should not intercepted to Hamas. And thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Hartshorn, and I'm here to talk about the Rogers Garage housing there. And
So is that the proposed one or?
It's not an agendized item, so.
That's what I thought.
But
yeah.
if they're
Okay.
commenting on CDBG,
Yeah, I
then
thought so. Great, thank you.
but you're gonna
Please
talk about the
proceed.
financing though later on. That is an agenda item, isn't it?
But what,
The financing for that?
right, so is that,
yeah, just to clarify, if there's an item that's on the agenda, then you have to wait for that item to come up. And this is public comment right now, so people can come to anything that's not on the
So
agenda.
talk about it after. Excuse me, talk about it after.
Yeah, and it's the last item on the agenda, so
except for that, that's about a proposal project I'm wondering what it is.
If your
that there's-
comment's general, the item on the agenda is CDBG and potential funding for grants. So if it's about that, you'll have to wait to the end. If you have a general comment for something not on the agenda, then now would be the time.
Okay, I'll wait.
So like if it's about EIR and all of that, they can speak, correct? Okay.
He's choosing to wait.
Okay. Go ahead.
The Arcata Police and the City of Arcata have been displacing residents of the lower 40 at the Soilscape lot for the past few months. Listening to this police report was a serious joke while people are actively being harmed. The police have come in and illegally tried to trespass people. Sending cops in to harass, assault, and use intimidation tactics against people is gross and disgusting behavior. The city has left nowhere for anyone to go except jail. The city has continued to harass people without giving them any options.
So I'm going to have to ask you to refrain for the applause. I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a local business bemoaner, and look, I know I'm here to talk about the 40. Look, I know that everybody in our town hates looking at poor people, and look, someone like me, I have the moral fortitude to look people in the eye, but I know that there's a lot of bleeding heart liberals here who would rather just have people be swept away. And look, I think that we can all identify that there's a big problem with that strategy, and that's that it's not very efficient. So I'm here to propose a better solution for anybody on the council or any members of the police department. I've invented a new system so you don't have to look at the houseless people anymore. So I just want to offer these. I'd be happy to give a free sample. I haven't kind of come up with a name for it yet. I'm thinking mask. But yeah, if anybody wants to try one out, you can also buy them from me. Feel free to find me after the council meeting. And thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Again, I'm asking you to please refrain from applause. Thank you. And can we have the next speaker? You're taking the next speaker's time. The clock is running.
And you warn people they need to maintain food decorum and applause, cheers, jeers.
Right.
They need to.
Cheers, applause. What you're doing is taking this speaker's time as you applause.
Oh, no, I'm fine
So-
with it. It's cool.
Okay, well, it's
was
not
very funny.
appropriate, and I am going to ask you that you refrain from that. Just as if when you were up there, we wouldn't have anybody do that for you.
Now you're using my time. Am I good? Can I? Okay, great. So first off, we pledge full support with the Humboldt Anti-War Committee 1 for a Gaza sister city and all support for Palestine. We disagree strongly with the comments that were made prior. We also want to call on this council to bring our Venezuela anti-war resolution to the agenda for the next meeting, because we just had it passed by Eureka. It's the same language. If they can pass it, if they can be that progressive, we can take a stand here and say that we don't need to be kidnapping the presidents of foreign nations. We don't need to be starting more wars. We do not need to be engaged in these actions, because it's our tax dollars that go towards these actions, no matter where we are. And we're strongly opposed to that. And the Humboldt Anti-War Committee has sent this resolution to you all. And we are urging you to please put it on the agenda for February 18th. Beyond that, I do want to comment on the 40 situation as well. We are strongly against what's happening with the eviction, the imprisonment, the attacks on the houseless community here. We think that that is completely unacceptable. That if anything, if we need to do something about it, it's that we need to get them real housing solutions. We need to get them real care. We need to actually help them. We cannot be criminalizing them further. We cannot be having police go and break up their encampments and take their possessions and dispossess them like that. It's completely unacceptable, and we are strongly against it. And we would urge this council to please cease any and all activities related to that and to look towards real progressive solutions that actually help people, because people need health care, they need housing, they need social services that can actually help them. They do not need to be criminalized further. Just like the people in Venezuela, the people in Palestine do not need to be bombed further in our tax dollars, the people here do not need to be oppressed further as well. So I please would urge you to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hi, my name is Bradley, and I'm with the Humboldt Anti-War Committee as well. I don't want to just repeat everything that Rick said, so I'd rather just pose you a question about the sweeps happening. When you evict houseless people out of their tents, where do you expect them to go? Do you expect them to just go put up a tent somewhere else, and then you're going to kick them out again, and then kick them out again? Keep criminalizing them? The only conclusion I can come to is that you want houseless people to die. I'm against that, obviously. Stop the sweeps. Also, free Palestine. Fuck Israel. What the fuck was that before? Please put a resolution on the agenda for February 18th. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have anybody online right now? I think we hit them 7 comments. There's nobody else
Yes,
talking.
there are 6 hands raised online.
Great.
But Mayor White, we do 15 minutes early, so we have
How many minutes
6
left?
speakers, so we have 1 or 2 more.
Okay, great.
So
Let's do
typically what's
2
been
more.
done is to do the in-person speakers first.
Okay. So we'll take 1 more here. And okay,
That's up to you.
come on.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lily, and I'm here to speak on the behalf of my friends in the 40 who cannot be here. Within the past week, residents of the 40 have been unlawfully arrested and are facing charges. Unfortunately, I don't have the time today to detail the decades-long cruelty inflicted by the city of Arcata and APD on our neighbors, but I look at each one of our council members in the eyes when I say it's subordinate, shameful, disgusting, and unacceptable, and to abandon our most vulnerable community members. I ask that all charges are dropped on my fellow Arcadans and to see Newsom's executive order model ordinance for the violations of all of these 3 principles. More so, I would love to see the 602 documents that apparently APD has. I also would just like to know who the actual property owners are of the 3 to 4 parcels that are over there by O Street. And currently, what is the main motivation for kicking people off of it? Is it the Great Redwood Trail? Is it the fact that these property owners say that they don't want people there? Is it the fact that what Kinetic Lab Sculptures is trying to build there? I don't know. I think about how the place where people are right now was approved as a place for safe parking under the Arcata Safe Park in 2024. That would have continued unless the funding hadn't run out. I think that that was a really poor decision to put something in place like that, a structure like that, just to have it ripped from people. And I could give more commentary on that. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So it's been 15 minutes, so we will continue in the second half of public comment. Okay,
Okay,
great.
thank you.
All right. So that brings us to the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered. So once again, if we can't continue the meeting, then we're not going to be able to talk about housing, which is on the agenda. We have a whole bunch of things, and I'm sure you're aware of it, for homeless housing. So I would love to be able to engage with you. All right, you know what? Let's just take a recess and we'll come back and maybe you can get a chance to look at the agenda, because I think you're going to be thrilled to see there's a lot of things that will be helping the unhoused and housing. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you so much for indulging. We are back. So I am going to read the consent calendar, and all matters on the consent calendar are considered routine by the city council and are enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion for any of these items. If discussion is required, that item is removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. A, approve the reading of the text and consent to reading by title only for any ordinance in this agenda. B, approve the minutes of the city. I don't think they know we started. Okay, so approve the minutes of the city council special meeting of January 21st, 2026. C, approve the minutes of city council meeting of January 21st, 2026. D, approve the minutes of city council special meeting of January 22nd, 2026. E, approve the minutes of city council meeting special study session of January 22nd, 2026. F, biweekly reports on disbursements. G, adopt ordinance number 1585, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Arcata amending the Arcata Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 10 to make biennial consumer price index adjustments to campaign contribution limitations. And H, adopt resolution number 256-37, authorizing destruction of certain city records maintained by the city as permitted under section 304090 of the California Government Code and the Secretary of State's Local Government Records Program. I, award construction contract to Livable Sustainable Living Builders, Inc., and to the amount of $173,150 for the Alliance Entry Electrical System Replacement Rooftop Solar Project, approved necessary and associated related actions, CEQA exempt per section 15301. J, approve 2 contract amendments with Carrillo Engineers for Phase 1 Arcata Wastewater Treatment Facilities Upgrade Project 1, $161,860 for construction management services. 2, $44,390 for engineering services, and authorize the city manager to sign documents. K, adopt resolution number 256-35, adopting permanent local housing allocation, funding allocations for the 2021, 2022, and 2023 allocation years, California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, exempt per common sense exemption, CEQA guidelines section 15061B3. And finally, L, approve an amendment to extend the grazing lease for John E. Charlene H. Ford, doing business as John Ford Ranch, assessors parcel numbers 501-061-001, -002-003 and 005 through December 31st, 2026, and authorize the city manager to execute applicable documents. Would any council member or staff like to remove an item from the consent calendar?
Well, not seeing anyone, then I would move that we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent calendar. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Alex Stillman and a second from Meredith Matthews. Sorry, council members. So there, all those in favor?
Excuse me,
Aye.
Mayor. We need to take public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public waiting to comment on consent calendar items? And if so, please line up at the podium now. Joanne, it is your turn.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I attended the Eureka City Council meeting last night and picked up a hard copy of their agenda. And I actually just want to leave it for you to look at, because they don't read out all the detail of their consent calendar. They don't get into the weeds of all the numbers and such. And again, it's really frustrating in some ways to not have the ability as a public member to say anything about anything on the consent calendar specifically. I mean, I can say it now, but I can't have it taken off the agenda like we used to. So I just want to share that they do it differently in Eureka. And not that we have to do what Eureka does, but it's always good to see what other municipalities do and why. And so I'm sharing this with you, but I go back to the major concern I have with huge amounts of money being decided on a consent calendar. And I really would like the consent calendar to have a limit on any item on the consent calendar that involves an expenditure of money above a certain rate to be determined. But these huge amounts of money just really concern me, and we're just clumping it all together with a lot of numbers and titles and things. And, you know, a lot of us just don't take the time or have the time to go into it because it's what you guys are talking about in your job as city council members. But we really do care about how our money is being spent at the city. And so if you could have a consent calendar limit on expenditures, I would appreciate that.
Thank you for your comment. Does anyone else like to comment on the consent calendar? Is there anyone on?
No, there are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Stillman, a second by Councilmember Matthews. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I say aye, so motion passes. That brings us to old business. Adopt resolution number 256-818, authorizing staff to initiate the Proposition 218 process for adjustments to the City of Arcata's water and wastewater rates. Can we have a staff report from Assistant City Manager and our Finance Director, Tabitha Miller, please?
Assistant City Manager Miller is joining us by Zoom, so it may just be a second here.
Good evening. I am going to go ahead and share my screen here, so please let me know if you don't see anything.
We see it, Tabitha.
Okay, perfect. So good evening, Tabitha Miller, Assistant City Manager, and we're talking about the City of Arcata water and wastewater rate increases. I know this has gotten a lot of attention from the public, which is a good thing. We want people to be aware of these. We're going to have two presentations. I'm going to do a rather brief presentation that's going to focus a little bit more on some of the concerns that have come from the community with the rate increases and sort of the reasons for that. And then I will be turning it over to Eric Hagelson with Bartle Wells Associates, and he'll do a little bit more of a technical review of the rate study itself and how the rates come together and how those are put together and what the proposals and recommendations are. So just really quickly, I wanted to make sure that we were clear on what the City Council's action for this evening is. It is to authorize staff to initiate the Proposition 218 process for the proposed rate adjustments to water and wastewater. And this is a constitutionally mandated process, and it's really about adding transparency and the public process to rate increases. The whole idea is to make the public aware and have a voice and have access to the information. I want to be clear, this doesn't approve or implement any rate changes, what you're going to do tonight. But if this moves forward and we do approve the agenda item tonight, the council will be considering approving those rates at the public hearing, which is tentatively scheduled for April 15th of 2026. So the first question, of course, is why we're increasing the rates. And I'm going to start on the left-hand side here, which is its capital. It's critical capital needs and its lack of having many years of investment in those infrastructure assets. Just a few that are really important that are a big part of that $36 million cost. The current steel line water replacement project, which began last year, has a price tag of about $12 million, and we are expecting it to be completed this October, so it's well underway. We've got a second version of this coming in a couple years in fiscal year 28-29, and it's got a $17.5 million price tag. We just completed the Plunkett Road waterline replacement, and while this was a much smaller project at about $1 million, it was critical to really reducing the maintenance and repair needs of our staff. It had some constant issues. We have plans for Tank 1D, which will give us additional capacity of up to 2 million gallons for much needed storage. And part of the reason that these are important is that it's about building our emergency resiliency. It's about being able to respond whatever happens in our city and be responsive and capable. So the operating needs in our water fund, we've talked about this a lot. We started talking about this in February of last year, but the current level of revenue simply does not support the ongoing operations of the fund. It won't support repayment of the wastewater loan or additional debt service to fund those capital projects and spend those and pay for those over the longer term of 30 or more years. And we need to adequately restore our operating reserves. And all of these things are key for us to receive outside grants or low interest loans that help us cut the cost of our rates going forward. So our wastewater rates, they have the same capital critical needs, but fortunately for us, there's more funds available. We have $51.4 million in the plan for the next 5 years, but that is offset by about $26.5 million in anticipated grant funding. Our big project is the current Arcata wastewater treatment facility. This is the $67 million project that is primarily funded with grants. We've also got a future levy project for adaptation for sea level rise, and I think we had a briefing on this at the last meeting. Phase 2 of our wastewater treatment improvement project, and then another critical project is the inflow and infiltration reduction project, and this is really to try to resolve some of the issues we have with overflows and other environmental events. This is really the equivalent of the steel line replacement project on the sewer side. And again, we are in relatively good shape financially in our wastewater fund, which is why we are seeing limited increases being proposed. They're proposed just for the last 3 years at a 5% increase to sort of support ongoing assumptions. I've shown you this graph before, but I wanted to just highlight it again, which is it really kind of shows us how far we've gotten behind in Arcata with investing in our infrastructure. The entities that are listed there on the left are ones that you'll see later in a graph from Bartle Wells' study. They compared our water and wastewater rates to other jurisdictions to see how we stood. And I went back and took a look at the investment in net assets on the audited financial statements of each of these entities and compared them to us to see how much we have over the years put in and continued to fund net assets as we are. So we're depreciating them. And as you can see, it's a little over $6 million, far below any of the other similarly situated entities. I've got a similar graph. This is that same number, that net assets, but it's over a 35-year period because I really wanted to see how far back it's been since we've made any real true significant investments in the capital. And you can see in between 91 and 93, we did about a $2 million water line replacement. And we really have not done much since then. In fact, you can see in 2005-06, it drops off, and that's really where we were putting less money in investing than we were actually depreciating our current assets. You will see in the last couple years, we have probably invested more than we have for the last 35 years, and that happens to reflect the Tank C $1 million, the 1 million gallon storage tank for water supply. This adds both the water and wastewater, same graph, and I just want to point out that we had a $10 million top number on the left-hand side in the last one, and this is 70 million, and it really reflects what we've been able to do on the wastewater side in just the last 6 or 7 years, including the big wastewater treatment plant project, and that's really shows that we hadn't over the years invested even there. It might also be helpful to kind of take just a brief look at the prior rate study that was done for fiscal year 21 through 2025. I know there's been some questions as to why we were asking for additional significant increases again in this next 5-year cycle and where we're at and how that money was used. The first thing that I wanted to point out that I think is interesting is that if you look at the water proposed increases in both 2021 and 2026, you'll see a very large upfront increase in rates to really try to make the fund whole and financially stable. In 2021, we were talking about that same steel line water replacement project. At that time, it had a value of $5 million, and we expected it to be offset by $2.5 million. The funding that 37% did fund that project at the estimates at that time. The challenge, of course, is that because of competing needs and really the wastewater treatment plant project, that construction was put off and ended up being pushed into the current 25-26 year. And we were looking at a very different project. We were looking at one that was 40% bigger. And excuse me, we also saw a significant increase in the cost. We were looking at a $12 million project instead. And that's really where we ended up a year ago in this process of looking at rate increases, looking at what we needed to do to support the financial status of both of these funds. Again, wastewater is a very different picture. You can see from the bottom line there that we're only doing about a total of 3-5% increases in the latter part of the study. The other thing that I want to make sure here that we understand is that whatever you approve on what we're expecting to be April 15th in that public hearing sets the cap. It's the most you can increase rates in the next 5-year period. You can always reduce those or even skip a year if there is reason to believe that the financial fund is in good shape. There's also been a lot of talk about the 44% proposed increase in the water rates. And I did want to kind of break it down a little bit and make sure that we're looking at it in the same way. So I don't want to say that 44% is not a large increase, but when we talk about our water bill, we refer to our water bill, but it really includes water and wastewater. And the wastewater is the larger piece. It's about 2/3 of the bill. Water is about 1/3. And again, in that first couple years of the proposed rate increases, we actually don't have any increases in wastewater planned. We do have some changes in how we bill. And the single family residents, when you look at sort of the average, will benefit from that. Your current bill for a typical household using 5 units of water a year is just under $137 a month. When you look at what will happen if the council approves and we move forward with the full 44% under scenario 1, which is, really putting that money into the fund right away, you will see almost a $22 increase in the bill. But I do want to point out that you'll see that there's also an offset in the sewer. You'll actually see a drop in the sewer rate based on changes in how we are billing that and the class. So the overall impact of that on a monthly water bill or water and wastewater bill would be about 11%. Moving over to the right-hand side, this is the average 23% water increase. And this shows a much milder impact. This is the one where that increase is going to be phased in. And between the drop in the wastewater rates and the smaller increase in water rates on just that third of a bill, it would increase about 3.6% or a little around $5 a month in that initial stage. I do want to make sure that we're completely honest and upfront, and it is a 5-year plan. And so there are increases planned throughout that period. Under scenario 1, which is that 44% increase in the first year, you will notice that by the time you get to the end of July 2026, you'll have a 2-year break in any rate increases, and then you'll have about 7.3, 7.3, and 6.4% thereafter. In total, this adds up to be about a 36% increase in your bill from your current bill to where you would be in July of 2030 if you're a typical single-family home, or about $49 in total. The second scenario, which is actually the one that we are recommending because we feel like the phased-in approach is a little bit easier for our customers to accommodate over time. Again, you have much smaller increases in the beginning, but it does have increases more often. You don't get that 2-year break between water rate increases because we need to continue to fund and build up the reserves in the water fund. And over the 5-year period, you can see at the top, your total rate would increase by 39% from where it's at today, or about $53 in total. Just a warning, and I say this for everyone, is that when we talk about single family average bills and those sorts of things, we do need to remember that averages, median data is great. It puts information in context for us, but none of us are average. And there's lots of factors that impact our monthly water and wastewater bill. And these are things that we can be aware of going forward to limit impacts to them, but also how our bill might be changed from the average. For example, your billing classification, what size meter your house or home is served, how many people live with you, how your habits impact that, and then of course what you do with water outside. Anybody who's interested in how these rate changes are going to impact their bill, I would certainly encourage you to figure it out, look at it, and take it into consideration. So the other piece that I want to make sure everybody's well aware of is how you can participate in this process, because it is important and it is a right that is based in our Constitution here in California. So the first step that we're asking council to do tonight is to approve sending out those Proposition 218 notices. They must be mailed to all property owners and to tenants who are responsible for paying their bills. The notice has to include the reason for the increase, the date, time, and location of the public hearing, and then instructions on how to submit a written protest if they choose to. Public participation is really important to the process. I would encourage everybody to look at the documents. We've got information on our website. There's items attached, including the rate study itself, to this agenda item. But the other thing we're doing is on February 25th at 5:30 at the D Street Neighborhood Center, we will have a workshop. And if you are interested and you want to bring a copy of your current bill, we will certainly sit down with you and walk you through what the impacts or the changes will have on your bill. And again, want to make sure everybody understands the written protest is really important if you are strongly against the rate increases. There's some requirements. It must be in writing. You must identify the property address or parcel from which you're located, clearly state your opposition, and it has to be received either before or during the public hearing that again, we're hoping to hold on April 15th of 2026. So what happens if the council reduces the proposed increases? I want to kind of just give you a little bit of what you're going to be doing. Again, the rates are a cap. You can increase, you can't increase them, but you can reduce them down in future years. The action tonight is just the 218 process. You could provide us additional direction on rate revisions or changes you'd like to see there if you're in disagreement. But I do, the cost of not implementing the rates as they are proposed was really impacting those infrastructure projects, and particularly on the water side. We would need to reduce scope, delay, or eliminate those from the plan in order to make it work financially. And kind of wrapping up, I know that we've talked a lot about the fire that happened on January 2nd that impacted all of us. And it's important to remember that approximately 2 million gallons of water was used to fight that fire, and it was critical to the success. But it was based in infrastructure that's in place. You know, we had the newly built Tank 1C that was full with 1 million gallons of water. We were lucky enough to have access to Humboldt Bay Municipal Water so that we could ask them to continue to pumping after 4 o'clock. And then we didn't have any breaks or disruptions in our distribution system. So the pipes, the pumps, everything carried the full amount of water to that site to fight that fire. And, you know, one of the things I have heard is that we gave them all the water we had available to fight the fire at that site. And so just a reminder how important the capacity, the storage, and water pressure are to our emergency responses. And again, just a reminder, our recommended action for tonight is a motion to adopt Resolution 256-18 to initiate the Prop 218 process, set the public hearing, and the public hearing would be on April 15th for the council to actually consider the rate adoption. And I am happy to answer questions at this point in time, or you may want to hear from Eric first and then come back. He may answer some of the more technical questions that I didn't get into the details on. And you could ask both of us at the end. So thank you.
So would the council like to hear from Eric first and then we'll have our questions, or do you want to ask some questions now? Okay. Thank you. Eric, you can proceed.
So Tabitha, they'd like to hear from Eric, so we'll put Eric, go ahead.
There, thank you. And I'm gonna share my screen right now. All right. Cool. All right. Fantastic. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thanks again for having me this evening. And my name's Eric Helgeson. I'm a principal with Bartle Wells Associates and was the project manager on this study. I'm going to go, you've already seen this presentation once, so I'll try to move through it a little more briefly, but I'm going to go kind of do an overview of the study, touch on Prop 218, then talk about the water financial plan and rate recommendations, and then the wastewater financial plan and rate recommendations. The overall objective of the study is really just to make sure that there are sufficient rate revenues to fund the capital, operating, and debt service requirements of the utilities. We also want to make sure that the rates are continue to be as compliant with Prop 218 as possible, and that they continue to be aligned with the objectives of the city, and and also we want to recommend rates that will balance all of that with minimizing the impacts on ratepayers and having incremental rates that are as incremental and predictable as possible. So the overall study is to identify the amount of rate revenue needed. And to do that, we build a financial plan that not only looks at the immediate needs, but we also look at the long-term needs. And we build a 10-year financial plan to project, to make sure that the revenue trajectory is sufficient and there won't be a rate shock in the near term, or in the long, that the 5-year plan puts you in a good position for the next 5 years. We then look at the cost drivers and allocate the rate revenue that's needed based on what drives the cost of the enterprise. And finally, we turn those allocated costs into rates, and then the 218 procedural process follows, and that's kind of the step we're at now. As Tabitha said, the procedural process for Prop 218 is a 45-day notice period, where ratepayers have the opportunity to submit protests. And at the end of that 45-day protest period, the city can hold a public hearing. And if there are fewer than 50% plus one of properties protesting, then the city council can go ahead and vote on, or has the option to vote on increasing the rates that were noticed. There are also significant substantive requirements from Prop 218, and this is really what we address with our cost of service study, and that is that rates need to be proportionate to the service provided and can't exceed the cost of providing the service. So that's why we do the cost allocation process and ensure that rates are proportional and to the service provided. So an overview of the water enterprise provides water to about 6,600 customers. 60% of those customers are single family, and rates are the main source of revenue for the enterprise. So they need to be set at levels adequate to fund the cost of providing service, because they're aren't other revenue sources available for an enterprise. As Tabitha mentioned, there are significant capital needs in the water enterprise. One thing I just want to touch on in addition to Tabitha's presentation is just, your capital spending levels that were shown. I think I could be wrong, but I don't think they were adjusted for inflation. And since the 90s, there's been over 150% inflation, and just since 2020, there's been over 30% inflation. So, costs are significantly higher than they were, and spending levels have not changed. Just to paint that picture a little more, hammer that home a little more. So this is the next 5 years of capital spending. There's a steel water line, and then tank replacements in the immediate term for the water system. There's some significant short-term challenges, financial challenges facing the water enterprise. The current steel line project is $12.1 million, and it will need to be funded from loans. There's currently a $3.5 million loan from the sewer enterprise approved, but ultimately they'll need to be more financing to fund that project. And so we're recommending that the city eventually issue bonds and that fund the project and to repay that loan to the sewer enterprise. For the long term, continue capital improvements. There's $36 million identified in the next 5 years. Much of that will need to be debt funded. We're projecting the water enterprise will need to fund about 30 million of that via debt. And then the rates will need to be able to sustain the annual debt service payments. Will continue to be cost inflation. Costs continue to rise every year. And then it's important for the enterprise to be able to maintain prudent reserves to be able to qualify for financing and to have in case of emergencies. We as Tabitha mentioned, we developed 2 rate increase scenarios, and part of the recommendation, if the council decides to move forward with sending out 218 notices, the council will also need to provide and indicate which water rate scenario they want noticed. The scenarios are essentially having a more immediate rate increase, which kind of shores up the system, shores up the enterprise fund more rapidly, and it results in slightly lower rates at the end of the 5-year period, or having a more phased in approach where there's an increase in May and then again in January, and that'll be a little more incremental, and the rates will be slightly higher at the end of that 5-year period. This shows a picture of the enterprise fund, or our financial plan. The columns represent the total expenses of the enterprise. So it's broken into 3 components: capital, debt service, and operating costs. Cash funded capital, I apologize. There's a significant amount of debt funded capital, which is not shown, but that's what drives the increase in the blue portion of the column. So the total expenses are the columns, and the blue line is the revenue with the rate increases, and the dotted black line is the reserves. So in the first scenario, the reserves are built up higher initially. In the longer term, they would then be used for additional capital projects. And then in the second scenario, the same key is for the chart. The columns are the expenses, the green line is the revenue, but the revenue is slightly lower and the expenses are not built up quite as much, so there's less cash available for cash funding in future years. So the result of these two different scenarios are having in the higher scenario, the volumetric rate would go from 715 to 1033, and the 5/8 and 3/4 inch, the kind of single family residential meter size fixed monthly fee will go from 1223 to 1805. In the more phased-in scenario, it would go to the volumetric rate would go to 883, and the fixed charge would go to 1542. This chart shows how your rates and the rate options for compared to other water rates in the region. You can't read too much into these because every agency is at a different level of investment, and their systems are different age. There's also different economies of scale, but it does indicate kind of your overall, you're in the ballpark. You're not overly high or low. Also, many of these agencies also have 5-year increases in place as well. So with the two options with the first increase, you would, with the higher scenario, your rates for a single family average user would be closer to, between Willits and Ukiah. And with the more phase-in option and the initial increase, you'd be more in the middle between Fort Bragg and Humboldt. Moving on to the sewer enterprise. So the sewer, also a self-supporting enterprise, so funded by rate revenues, provides service to about 5,600 customers. About 90% of those are residential. There's also a significant amount of capital projects identified for the wastewater system over the next 5 years. About 51.4 million in capital, and fortunately, which is extremely great news, there's been about 26.5 million in probable grant funding for those projects, which will helps keep rates, the need for rate increases down. There will need to be some additional debt service issued to support that full capital plan. And also, the rates need to be able to keep up with continued inflation and also maintain reserves in the wastewater fund as well. So this is that same picture of the 5-year financial plan for the wastewater enterprise. The current revenues shown that increase in revenues reflects the repayment of the loan to the water fund, and then the future costs are at the last 2 years of the 5-year plan are showing the increased cash funded capital spending and the corresponding drop in reserves. So fortunately, you'll be able to buy down some of those initial capital projects with the cash the enterprise has before needing to issue additional debt. The main recommendations and changes on the wastewater side are more cost of service and rate structure based recommendations. So for single family residential customers, currently there is a fixed charge and a volumetric component. The volumetric component has a cap between from June to September based on winter water use. So typically most customers, their average use is about 5 units. So the cap really allows them to pay for 1 additional unit during those months. However, during the non-capped months, rates are more unpredictable for customers. They can also fluctuate slightly based on the timing of meter reads and other things that are kind of out of customers' control. And for sewer customers, you're basing the the rate on the water use and doing your best to estimate, but there is no meter measuring sewer outflow, so it's still an estimate. So we feel it's more reasonable just to move to a simple fixed rate structure with no volumetric component. This will make the rates predictable. There won't be any spikes after that cap period for customers, and it will be easier to administer as well. And then concurrently with that recommendation, we are also recommending that multifamily residential customers move to a fixed charge per multifamily unit as well, and for the same reasons. One additional caveat is that many meters in the system there are meters that are not that are essentially needing to be repaired and replaced. And so having the heavily volumetric based rates, there are many customers where their charges are not reflecting their actual use on the system. So we feel this would be a more reasonable approach. Also, given our recommendation for the single family residential rates. For commercial customers, we are recommending that the minimum fixed charge be modified to reflect the strength differences in the different classes. Currently, all commercial customers pay the same minimum monthly charge, and we're recommending that that be updated to better reflect the cost of service and charge and reflect that lower strength customers put a lower have a lower capacity standing capacity requirement than higher strength customers. The reasons for these recommendations are to have a clear defensible nexus between costs and rates, reduce the administrative burden, and have rates that are easier for customers to understand, and improve customer equity, and ultimately better reflect the current way the systems function. So the proposed wastewater rates would move from fixed charge for single family customers from $77.61 to $82.31. And however, there would the volumetric rate, so per 100 cubic feet of water use, would no longer be charged. So that would, which is currently $11.34, and that would go away. And as I said, most customers the use 5 units of water, so most customers would see their bill go down. The multifamily rate per multifamily unit that we're recommending is $67.44 per multifamily unit. And then we're also, recommending, there's also increases for the commercial rates by strength, and you'll see the monthly fixed charges per connection for those commercial customers being shifted to reflect their strength as well. So for both, especially for wastewater customers, but also for water customers, as there is some shift between the fixed variable recovery. The customer's initial bills after the first increase will not directly reflect the overall change in revenue. So there will be customers, wastewater customers, that do see increases and some that see decreases with these recommended rate changes. And the same with water. There will be some customers that see slightly higher rate increases and some that see slightly lower rate increases than the option selected. One other thing I'll note that with wastewater, since the enterprise does not need a rate increase currently, it's the perfect time to improve the cost of service rate design for the enterprise, because it's not compounding the impacts of the rate change structure changes on top of increases, which will allow the adjustments to be more reduce the impact on customers. So the current volumetric and the current charge for wastewater average single family wastewater customer is $88.95. and that's reflecting the 5 units of use with the 1 volumetric unit. And the proposed, and I apologize, the color didn't change, but the proposed average would just fixed fee for everyone, no matter, regardless of use, will, for a wastewater customer, will now be, the proposed would be $82.31. This chart shows the combined bill impacts, and as Tabitha mentioned, the wastewater bill currently accounts for about 2/3 of the total bill. So the overall increase would be going with option 2. The option 2 water rate would be going from $136.93 to $141.88, and with the option 1, the higher initial increase would be going up to $152.01. The option 1 is about $11 increase a month. Option 2 is about a $5 increase per month for customers. And as Tabitha said, the next steps are having sending out Prop 218 notices, having an open house. I believe it's 27th is the last day, but it could be sent. I believe the plan is to, if authorized, to send those much sooner, and then have the open house on the 25th. And then that would be enough for the city to hold a public hearing, enough of a notice period for the city to hold a public hearing on the April 15th meeting, and for water rates to be effective May 1, and sewer rates, given the rate structure changes, takes more time to implement, have the sewer rates then be effective on July 1. That concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for that wastewater study. And thank you, Tabitha, for that very clear and concise presentation. While it was easy to understand, it was definitely comprehensive. So thank you both for that. I guess we will see. Let's start. Well, I don't remember which way we started. So we're going to popcorn it today. Whoever wants to go, go.
I just have a couple questions that I wanted to ask just to kind of understand some of these different meters. But because it seemed like we talked about a differentiation between multifamily and single family on wastewater, but didn't really touch on that on water. And I'm just wondering, does that just only have to do with basically then the construction of the building and how that landlord kind of divvies up those utility bills? And then kind of playing off that too, like, do some of those multifamily complexes have different meter sizes, or are they all the same as that kind of residential basic size?
So I can start, and I'll probably let Eric add to it. But typically those multifamily units are fed by meters that are bigger than the 3/8. So in looking at them, they're more like 1, 1.5, 2, and up to 3 inches. The number of homes that are, or units that are fed from that meter vary from complex to complex, and it can support, there can be 100 units on 1 meter, or there can be 1 unit. There are complexes, multifamily complexes, that have separate meters, and they'll see a little bit of a change in how they operate. But it's not, part of the challenge is that it's not consistent as far as what is fed by what, how many units, and which size meter feeds it. So in theory, the size of the water meter that feeds it is the capacity that's available to the units, but that doesn't seem to make a difference. One of the reasons that we are looking at not changing how we treat the water side of it is that we still are treating our single families as, taking into account the volumetrics. And so that's still an important way for people to reduce their cost. It also, how landlords deal with those bills on the backside is really up to them. Some of them have systems in place that are separate from our meters, where they'll meter the use at each unit. Some include the utilities, and some allocate the cost out, just basically dividing it up. So that's really up to the landlord. And with that, Eric, if you have anything to add.
I think that covers it. And I just, on the water side, as just to reiterate, the customers do pay a different fixed charge based on their meter size, and so that does reflect larger apartment buildings would have a larger meter, and so that's already being reflected. Whereas on the sewer side, they just were paying the same fixed charge, either in the commercial fixed charge or residential, depending on how they're classified. And and so that this will more reflect the capacity needs for each individual apartment building. And also on the water side, it is still very important to have a volumetric component for the water use to reflect that cost of service, and it also helps with having people know how much they're using, and know that they're paying as they use more water.
Okay. It seems that with the first suggestion, there is about, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you can put that slide back up, but it adds like $1.5 million more to the reserves. I am just wondering if there are specific projects that we are prioritizing that need to be done quicker, that need that immediate funding. Does that make sense?
The question is, what are the current projects that we need that funding? So I'll jump in, and Tabitha, and we have Netra here too, but one of the current ones, and they brought this up in the presentation, is the repayment from water to wastewater for the current water project that's underway. So that's called the steel line replacement project. And then the other one that's coming up is the inflow and infiltration reduction project. We're thinking that's a $12 to $15 million project, and that's in the design phase now and will be coming up for bid next year. So those are two of the most current. Those are the most pressing projects that are coming up, as well as another water storage tank project. I think it's.
And again, tonight we are just opening up the public hearing, and we're presenting these two options and really hoping that we'll have a lot of feedback from the public as to what they would prefer, and hopefully people will come to that meeting, because I would really love to hear people's opinions on this as well. I mean, I would certainly think it would be a lot less painful for us to have option 2, which would be like slower and more incremental, but leave us with less money. But I would definitely really want to hear what the public has to say about that.
And one thing I would like to just add there is that one of the things that's going to happen, especially on the water side, but also on the wastewater side that Eric mentioned, is that we are likely going to issue debt to fund those capital projects. So the rates are not necessarily funding the immediate building of those projects, but it will be the cumulative revenue over time will be part of the repayment, and it's to put us in a place where we have reasonable reserves. So the cash up front isn't as important to pay for the specific project as much as support the fund and the ongoing debt service and expenses.
Great. And then one more point is that these rate schedules do come before us every year, so we can absolutely reassess if necessary. Is that correct?
That is correct. It'll be part of your annual fees and charges schedules that you'll evaluate and look at and decide whether or not the amount that was in the original study is appropriate or something lesser should be looked at.
And playing off kind of Meredith's last point there, but I wanted to ask, I mean, what does the, I guess, forecast or possibility look like of being able to, grant fund some of these projects as well, or at least partially, because it seems like, we've been very successful with being able to offset, a lot of what we thought we were going to need through some of these projects like we saw with the wastewater. So is there, possibility of being able to fund some of these and look at this fee schedule again if we're able to support these projects?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Tabitha.
No, I was going to say the same thing. We would absolutely, if we get additional funding, it will be built into the financial model, and we will certainly look at revising those rates downward. And we have, we did point out that we've got $26.5 million, in potential grants on the wastewater side. We just are not in a position where we are able to receive much on the water side until we get, our fiscal health back in order.
Thank you. And yeah, I know we've been seeing a lot of, other grants disappear for various things as well. And so I know that's not always something we can rely on.
And I will say, one of the things we're running up against is they changed their rules, especially in the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. And right now we exceeded the limit that you can receive in a 5-year period. I think we received 64 million over 5 years. But those rules change. And so we've been so successful at doing that it's actually could impact how much we are able to receive in the future.
So tonight, my first question is, are we supposed to come up with which scenario that we would move forward with? Does that direction come tonight or at a later date?
We do need that direction tonight because it's going to be part of the Proposition 218 notice that goes out. So we want to make sure that the rates that we put out in that letter are reflective of the scenario that you support.
Okay, thank you. And I do think that staff in the study has demonstrated a need, which I don't think anyone wants to pay more and some people simply cannot. But our system, it's been demonstrated that we need to, we have to invest. We haven't been investing in our water lines. But what and I do trust staff to procure grants because we do have a really good history with doing that. But what I'm curious about also from the public is scenario 1 versus 2, because I think there's a lot of information and some of the slides are a little bit confusing because many of the slides talk about scenario 1 and 2 based on the very first rate raise. And the very first rate raise, scenario 1, costs more. But I really want people to think about the 5 years and how they want that 5 years to look if it proceeded as lined out. Because from what I'm reading is scenario 1 is more on that first year, but in the end, we're looking at a $49 increase, approximately over 5 years versus scenario 2 being $53. And so scenario 2 costs less in the end. And so I'm curious, I want to know from the public, do they want to have a gentler increase and end up paying more, or would they like it, to pay more up front? And then could we go to slide 10 from the Bartles and Wells presentation? I just want to make sure that I'm reading the slide correctly.
Yes, no problem. I'll get there in just a moment.
And it shows the water rate scenarios.
Is that coming through?
I think you need to share a screen. Oh, got it.
Okay.
Yes.
So am I reading it correct? If we're looking at the ending reserve balance, which is the bottom line of each scenario, is when we go down to July 1st of 2030, it looks to me like scenario 1, we would end with 8.5 million, and scenario 2, we would end up with 6.9. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so essentially the final rate would be lower in scenario 1, and you'd have more reserves to cash fund future projects, which would also make future rates slightly lower. However, there is an immediate need due to the steel line project to have rates increase, but both scenarios would support the capital needs and the operating costs for the utility. So as was stated, it's a kind of looking at an initial increase for slightly lower future increases, or a more phased-in increase with slightly higher rates in the future.
Right. So the way I'm looking at it is scenario one, at the end of 5 years, the ratepayers are paying less, $5 less approximately, and the city has 1.5 million more in reserves. If we go to scenario two, the ratepayers are paying more and we have less. So that's what I'm curious to hear from the public is, I mean, you know, which is the better scenario for you all?
So I'm going way back because, you know, for some reason I always figured that the more water you use, the more your sewer rate is going to cost you. And then we used to have a long time ago summer water rates, which we haven't had in a long, as far as I know, we haven't had them in a long time, because they figure in the summer people are actually using water to garden, and they aren't putting it down the sewer line. So would you like to correct me, please?
So we do actually still have winter and summer rates in place. And the part of the reason to also remove that cap on the wastewater side is because it's fairly convoluted, and and one of the things we found, because of course our weather patterns are changing and we don't necessarily have the traditional winter and summer months that some other areas have, is that more people are being caught in those off-season shoulder months of that, where they end up with bumps, increases in the volume charges for the wastewater. And really we're trying to make it a little bit more fair. And once you use once you're paying for the water up front, what ends up in your sewer is not always a necessarily, one for one. Depends on your yard and that sort of thing. So it takes away by eliminating the winter and summer rates and eliminating the cap. It's predictable, and we don't have those ups and downs. The other piece that happens in those challenges where you have set amounts and once you exceed it, you end up paying more, is that if there are changes from month to month and even how we read the meters, and we don't read the meters exactly 30 days between each one, you can end up being pushed into a higher bracket or a higher use where you don't get to benefit just because of how we read our meters. So we also felt like it was a little bit fairer to eliminate that. So we would be eliminating the summer winter averaging for residential and for and the cap that you can exceed and then pay volumetric charges. So if you were under 4 units, you don't pay the volumetric charge. If you're above it, you are. Does that make sense?
Well, more or less, but thank you. Yes. I was just thinking about that. I just remember how over the years that was a discussion of summer water rates. And so, yes, thank you.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can we go round one and then we can go back
Yeah,
around?
I just want to ask one quick question. So staff is recommending scenario 2. Is that true? And are you recommending it simply because it is less upfront cost to the citizens?
That is the case. Yes, we are recommending scenario 2 because we feel like in this first initial increase, it's more palatable and easier to do. Clearly, the city is better off with the upfront revenue boost of the larger water increase. But we feel like that we need to be cognizant of what works for our customers.
So, yeah, and I guess I was talking to somebody earlier and they said something like, let's just rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with. I personally would support the phasing in, taking into account that we have households that are unfixed and lower incomes. I think of the older adult community. And so I personally would like to phase it in with scenario 2. And I do hear what Stacy's saying at the end, we're going to have more money. But personally, it's easier for me to pay a little at a time than pay about, up front. So if we do the scenario 2, it avoids the 44% headline in year 1. It keeps the water fund still solvent. It meets the Prop 218 requirements, and it addresses affordability concerns better. It's not a matter of whether we repair the system. We know we have an aging system. It's just whether we do scenario 1 or scenario 2. And I know all of us don't take that lightly. We hear you. It causes a lot of angst for everybody. However, it's going to cost us a lot more, even steeper increases if we, have emergency failures and risk that costing down the line even more. So I think as we move forward, I also want to make sure that residents are aware of existing assistance programs. And I think over time, we might have another opportunity to look for ways to reduce those hardships when we can. I know that we're all committed to staying engaged and listening to the community. And so I guess that would bring us to, no, actually, Sarah still had something else she wanted to add.
Well, I want to go back to what Stacy was pointing out because I kind of don't understand how that works. Because I'm just looking at adding these percentages up. So where, even though, so we see 44 in the first scenario in 1 year, and then we see 23 plus 18 in the second year, which gets us pretty close to that. And like if you add up the overall percentages over time, they all should come out to about the same. So yes, I know interest. I get that piece. Yes, thank you. But I'm just wondering too, does that have to do with, I guess you say interest, so paying down our debt service, but also just the cash on hand that we are spending and how it's being spent out of that fund balance? Does that make sense? So yeah, where's that money going? Or is it all just interest, that much of it?
So I think the big piece here is that we're really getting that extra benefit of that 44% increase over the full 5 years. So if you think about it that way, you in order to get to that same level, you're 2 years later before you hit that approximately same amount of increase. So it's because you're collecting it at an earlier date, so it adds up faster.
And Sarah, if you add up the percentages, it's a 1% difference, which makes sense for $5, right? So, so that's why I just want people to understand. I'm that in the end, if we do scenario 2, they're paying about $5 more. So yes, it's easier, but it's just important for me to, if people want that choice, I'm fine to make it, but it's important to know that they will be paying more in the end.
Unless we come back in 2 years at a rate adjustment hearing and.
Yeah. But that was thank you. And I have another question. And did I hear that apartments are not all metered individually and then that's being rectified to be more equitable? Is that correct? Or am I not understanding that? Yes, that is correct. Okay.
For wastewater.
We'll let Tabitha answer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So yes, not all apartments are individually metered, and that we're not changing that because we're not installing new meters. What we're doing is we're changing the way we treat the wastewater because there wasn't a way to really allocate that out to the apartments, and so they were paying in some cases far less than essentially what would be their fair share.
Right. So making it much more equitable. And then, although this isn't really related, but kind of, we have an opportunity later in the CBDD grant proposal to do replacement of those old meters that don't actually reflect the true cost. So another way to recoup money, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if nobody else has any questions, let's reach out to the public and see what they have to say. Come on up to the, yeah.
Good evening. Affordability, that seems to be the word that we're in the national news and the local here. So part of the reason you postponed this whole vote was because of that issue with the government shutdown back in October. But things have not improved from the standpoint, you have Obamacare or Affordable Act folks, they no longer have that service anymore. And so a lot of people are losing their health insurance later on in the year, Medi-Cal. A lot of people lose their benefits there. So I think one of the things that happens when you're in government and you're getting health insurance paid by the taxpayers, and that could be the university here or the county, you forget about, how sensitive people are, especially the ones that are, minimum wage people to something like this. And these are huge, like, increases from the water standpoint. 2021, that's 37% water. Now, depending on what plan you're going, it's 40 or 30. I mean, imagine if that was PG&E bill. I mean, people would be freaking out. So this is a lot of money. I guess I'm trying to get you to be a little bit more sensitive to those kinds of folks, because if you were, if you have a decent job, this is not a big deal probably for you. But I guess my biggest thing why I would focus on is, how about that 50 million that you want for the wastewater treatment plant? You haven't even finished the 67 million, which basically the state of California paid for most of that. So I'm just kind of like shocked that we need to have 50 million at this time, which my understanding is most of that was going to be for levee improvement in phase 2. And all I heard over the years about that it was going to be grants, not going after taxpayers on that. So I would like pull that out and try to be a little bit more sensitive to your public that are really hurting at this point, not only on the healthcare, but a lot of different things. So, and I'd also point out too, as far as how the kind of creative financing that went on with the water and the waste, I'll point out that the state paid for most of the 67 million, so I guess we had a little bit extra money in those accounts. And recall that your pension, you took like a number of $1 million out of both of those accounts to pay for your pension, to pay that down. And then you borrowed money from the waste over to the water because you didn't have enough money for water for these projects. So there's a lot of like creative financing that's been going on really under your nose too. So no one knows anything about this in the public. So I wish you would be a little bit sensitive. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Joni Weiser. I live in Bayside. And I just have one small comment, which is, does it have to be either or? I mean, because I'm a person, I would love to just rip the Band-Aid off, pay a little bit more up front, and end up with less in the end. That's for me personally. And I understand that there are a lot of people who would really much rather start out small, and even if they end up paying more. Can we not both have the option? Is there option A and I can sign up for option A, and somebody else can sign up for option B? And you're still going to get the money that you need. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Joanne McGarry, and I am an apartment dweller, so I have no idea what the water bill is for my unit and or the complex that I live in. I came from a County Board of Soups meeting where they were talking about a drought resilience plan that they have to be prepared for, and things like water tanks and, plugging up the leaks in the main lines that happened like in Trinidad and all. But the fact that Arcata hasn't done its due diligence, I guess, over the last few years, and now we're in this situation. I understand where Gregory's coming from in terms of a lot of people have a lot that they're having to deal with. And so an initial upfront cost is a hardship for a lot of people. So suggestions are for scenario 2. Could we do both scenarios? That's kind of an interesting question. But I just think, I also was, for the climate change, the climate action plan, we've got to start realizing that water is life, and we need to be a lot more attentive as community about how our infrastructure guides us, and really start thinking in different ways for the future, especially future development. But at this point, I think scenario 2 seems to be a good approach for a lot of people who are having the hardship, whether it's going to bring us less money in the end. This is all very, very interesting. So how we got here and the whole thing about switching money in different pockets of our city, budget and moving monies around, it's also a really, really interesting thing. So do what you wisely think to do, but I think scenario 2 is the way to go.
Do we have anyone else in person from the public that would like to speak on this matter? Going once, going twice. Okay, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we have one hand raised online.
Okay, thank you.
Spagnan, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to point out what feels to me like kind of a connected issue. You mentioned that we're just like have an increase in wastewater, and all this is talking about like needing an increase in our water infrastructure too. But I think there's like an underlying cause also to this like consumption of water, and it's definitely tied to the gentrification and continued settlement of Arcata, aka Gudini, and the expansion of this when we clearly don't have the infrastructure or the money to be gentrifying and sweeping and trying to invest in all this infrastructure. Like, I feel like we wouldn't have like a problem with all this if we didn't keep trying to like attract hundreds of thousands of new college students to this town and building all these new dormitories and all of these new settlements and buildings and things like that. So I'm opposed to just both of them, I gotta say. Yeah, land back. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. So how do we move forward? Do we decide amongst us what scenario 1 or 2? Do we do like a straw vote and then we propose the resolution? Okay.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised there wasn't more public comment
Right.
tonight. I was really expecting a lot more feedback, and I hope that in the upcoming weeks we do hear from more people, because this does affect us all.
Yeah.
This
and
is my second job. I have 2 full-time jobs. I'm going to pay these water rates too. I have 3 teenage boys at home that take very, very long showers. I mean, this is not an easy thing for any of us. No, but none of us is taking this lightly at all. We're going to have, garbage rates go up and PG&E rates go up. I mean, this is something that we really would like public input in. And I do understand that on paper, having that immediate increase would probably benefit us more long term. But at this point of time, and knowing that we can again come back and reassess anytime rate studies come before us, I would definitely feel better at this point going with scenario 2, even though it might net us less in the long term. I think it is definitely gentler for the community right now.
So Meredith, do you want to ask staff whether or not we could, the suggestion of doing a split, you could choose 1 or 2, if that's even a possibility? I am, but I mean, anyway, I'm curious. I don't even know if that's a possibility. It must be really complicated to figure that one out.
Tabitha, you do want to answer that? I don't believe that it is possible. People can't choose their custom rate. It has to be one across the board. But I don't know if Tabitha or Eric wants to expand on that.
Yeah, I think logistically, having different rates for different customers would be challenging. And how do we collect from folks who, so you paid up front and you move out of town, do we give you back money? It just becomes complicated. And I think from a legal standpoint, we have to be very clear of what people are paying for their water and how they're paying for it. And so different rates for different customers probably would cause us some issues with state constitutionality issues and legalities. And Eric, you can certainly add to that if you feel differently.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it wouldn't be proportional under I don't think it would meet the proportionality standard, and I would also add that as going forward, if the council decides to have rates be less than the notice maximum rate for either enterprise to ensure that the rates that are chosen are maintain the cost of service proportionality, and that's the critical piece.
Thank you.
I'll just say I support option 2 for sure. And just, again, like looking at, yes, we might have this much money by the end, but that also, I think that there's a lot of uncertainty, both in our national economic health and, the fact that, sorry for a really bad pun I'm about to make, holding belief that our current financial system is going to hold water over the next 5 years is, I think, a pretty bold, claim with kind of the uncertainty of just everything. So, I think that going in those smaller increments over time is going to make the most sense. And also just, kind of thinking of, our population too here. And we have a lot of students that kind of come and go and maybe aren't going to be on these water rates for 5 years, or might, people move to maybe McKinleyville or Eureka, another area around here, right? And kind of being able to divide that more evenly over the years, I think just brings more equity to ratepayers in general as well. So, yay, option 2.
I can see where we're headed, and that's fine, but I just think we keep saying it's okay if the city doesn't make as much money, but let's also be clear that the ratepayers are paying more unless we come up with something else. So I just want to be clear about that, and I'm fine. It seems like, I get it. I have no problem voting with you guys, but I just want to be transparent about what we're choosing.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, and that is why I'm kind of shocked that we're not getting more feedback right now. I'm hoping that, if we recommend scenario 2, that we get more emails and phone calls and participation, and maybe, that can lead to a different scenario.
I don't think we can change scenarios though, right?
I mean,
we'd have
can
to
we?
we'd have to redo the whole process, wouldn't we?
Correct.
All right.
Okay, Alex?
Well, when I was reading everything, I was thinking about, the proposal 2 as being something that would be, that's where I was standing. So,
And I also unequivocally want scenario 2. I understand about pulling off the Band-Aid, pay now, pay later. However, we have people on fixed incomes, and that difference could make the difference of whether they can eat that month or not. And I don't want that water bill to be the defining factor of families, low income, older adult, fixed income people not being able to eat. So scenario 2, please.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 256-18, authorizing staff to initiate the Prop 218 process for adjustments to the city of Arcata's water and wastewater rates based on scenario 2 provided in the staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Schaefer, a second from Councilmember Matthews. Unless there's any more discussion, shall we say all who's in favor, say
Aye.
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 I mean, it's gonna pass, and that's wonderful, but I'm gonna respectfully vote no.
and I say aye, so motion does pass. Okay, so that brings us to new business, public scoping hearing on potential projects that the city may submit for funding under the State Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG, 2025 Notice of Funds Availability, NOFA. And can we have a staff report from the Director of Community Development, David Loya, please?
So before we jump into this, I actually have to recuse on this item. So that's okay. Even though there's like 2 pages of projects, because Rogers Garage is one of the projects, I'm unable to talk about it. So, and maybe in the future, as much as possible, we probably couldn't on this one, but when we can separate out the items, that'll give me more of a chance to participate. But I do have my husband took a job working for Danco this summer, and so I won't be able to vote on anything related to Danco. That puts me at a conflict, so I can't vote on. So I will be in the other room.
And we will definitely be cognizant of that in the future so that we can allow you to vote on things that you are not having to recuse yourself from. We'll see you shortly. Okay. Our
Bye, Stacy.
report from Director of Community Development. Oh, sorry. Can you get through okay? All right, David, thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. Yeah, this is a, interesting dilemma because there's really no way to separate the CDBG scoping into topics. The intent behind the scoping is to source information, ideas, projects, programs that the community, council members, staff are interested in potentially funding with the Community Development Block Grant Program. All of those need to go onto a list. The list needs to be available to everyone to see, and then when the projects come up, those projects that are on the list are the ones that you choose from in order to apply for the grant. So I will try and get creative and talk to our CDBG rep about how to do scoping when we have a member who's needs to recuse and to allow them to participate. But I do want to be very crystal clear right at the beginning of this scoping hearing. I did talk with a couple of the folks in the audience that I knew were here to speak on this item. We are not talking about Rogers Garage tonight. Rogers Garage is on the scoping list because it's a potential CDBG project. Rogers Garage is not eligible for funding under the 2025 NOFA. We're evaluating projects, we're doing scoping so that we can move forward with the 2025 NOFA application. We'll come back to you separately for funding for Rogers Garage. So our intent tonight is not to discuss Rogers Garage. It's simply on the list because it was placed on the list. And the way that the scoping list works is that things go on and they really don't come off until they're funded or they just become clearly not a priority for the community. So again, I want to strongly encourage the council not to discuss the Rogers Garage project. Funding for this item will be considered separately after CEQA and NEPA are completed. Any decisions that you would make tonight on funding for Rogers Garage would be premature because those processes haven't completed yet. Okay, so with that disclaimer, I'm going to come back at the end of this. I'm going to make that disclaimer again so it's really clear to everyone. You're more than welcome to speak about Rogers Garage if you're a public member and you want to talk on that. It's clearly on the agenda. It's in this list. But I would strongly encourage the council not to.
So to clarify, we're not going to speak about it. So why did we have to recuse?
Because it's on the list.
Okay.
Oh, my mic's on.
Even though we're,
It's because it's on the
Okay.
list, and I'll work with our city attorney and our CDBG reps to try and resolve this conundrum, because as you'll learn in staff report today, we're going to be holding other CDBG scoping, and then ultimately we're going to ask you to do a decision on what should be on the CDBG application for this 2025 NOFA. And I want all council members to be able to participate in that. So we'll figure out a way to make that happen. Okay, so just stepping into process real quick. The city has run CDBG programs for decades now. We're really good at it. We're really competitive because we're really good at it. Each NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, is slightly different. The state is allowed to produce a combination of projects or programs that they feel like are going to best meet their needs and be efficient for them to execute. But the city is really focused on economic development and projects over the last several years in particular, and we do really well at those. And so we are now eligible for the 2025 NOFA. When we came to you last February, pretty much with this exact same scoping list, a few things have been added to it. We weren't sure, the NOFA hadn't come out yet for 2025. We weren't sure what was going to be on there. We said, we'll come back to you. It's been about a year. We're coming back to you. The point of the scoping, again, is to add a wish list. We encourage people to put anything on this wish list, whether it's eligible for CDBG funding or not. Put it on the list. It might be someday. Even if it's not eligible, it at least informs the council of projects and programs that the community is interested in. And so once those ideas are on the list, though, and we go through the scoping process, staff will evaluate the NOFA, the Notice of Funding Availability, the rules that apply to it, and our competitiveness for securing those funds, and make a recommendation to the council as to what ideas we think we should move forward with that particular Notice of Funding Availability. So again, these ideas, they roll over from year to year. Even if they're not funded in one year, if they weren't competitive then, they might be competitive in another year. We might have had different priorities in the year prior than we do in this year, and we decide to keep those things on the list and apply for them in the future. And then I also wanted to emphasize that anyone can make a recommendation, and I hear through the grapevine that our esteemed council member Stillman has something that she's going to want to add to the list tonight. So I'm looking forward to that. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that the scoping process, which precedes our application hearing process, we're going to spread that out over several different hearings so that folks have a lot of opportunities to weigh in. We're holding a scoping meeting tonight. We're also going to hold a notice scoping meeting on February 17th. This next one on the 17th will be a staff-led scoping meeting where it'll be less formal. Folks can come, sit down, talk with us about their ideas. We can talk with them about what's eligible. That'll be held in the library conference room on the 17th, and we've got notices going out about that. And then on February 18th, we're going to have another noticed hearing before the council where we'll be asking you to actually tell us which projects you want us to notice for application. So 3 scoping hearings to allow the public plenty of opportunity to come up with as many ideas as possible. We'll evaluate those between now and your meeting on the 18th. We'll come back and make a recommendation to you. You can take our recommendation or you can tell us to apply for something else. But at that time, we'll also give you sort of our estimate on what's going to be competitive. After we do this scoping on February 18th, we'll then have to notice those projects that you direct us to notice, and we'll bring that back on March 18th. Again, another notice public hearing for you to make a formal application decision. So you'll direct staff to apply for those items that you've asked us to apply for on February 18th. And then our application is due April 3rd. So we really don't want to, push too close to the deadline, so staff has an opportunity to address those application requirements. There are several combinations of applications that can be made. The way that the CDBG program works right now is that a jurisdiction can apply for anywhere between 1 and 3 applications. On packet page 222, you'll see in the staff report under the discussion the various combinations of application types that can be applied for under this current notice funding availability. And so one of those different types is what we're going to be recommending ultimately. And I can get into the detail on those if you want, if you're curious. And the next thing I wanted to tell you about is that the scoring, which is included in the attachment B to the staff report, that lists out all the criteria and the points that are maximum points eligible for the different project types. And we're not going to go into these in detail tonight, in part because the hour is late, and also in part because we'd like the opportunity to hear from you and the public to kind of identify what projects are highest priority before we go through the detailed analysis of what we think we're going to be competitive for. Okay, and then switching finally into some of the items that are on the list that I've already heard are of interest. I'm not going to go over all of these projects, but I do want to touch on just a few. I want to start by talking about the economic development activities, the business assistance and microenterprise programs. The city absolutely knocks it out of the park on those programs. We're actually known throughout the state for how well we do on those. And it's a great way to bring outside money into the community and infuse that into our local businesses. We're going to encourage you to have those as one of our programs. And then that can help continue the work that we're already doing. We funded several projects recently, and we think as folks are starting to think about growth in the future over the course of the next 3 years, that they'll be needing assistance with that. These funds can also help businesses with fire recovery if they're looking to move back in and they're creating or retaining jobs. So that's going to be a good one. Another idea that came up recently from Jennifer Dart, our Deputy Director of Community Development, was to use the Planning and Technical Assistance Grant to look into options for the Little Lake property. We had our study session the other day. The council members that were there were really interested in looking at Little Lake and trying to identify ways to really both expand habitat on the site, but continue to use it for some economic development purposes. And currently that's an unfunded idea. Planning and technical assistance through CDBG could help fund that. So that's going to be one of our top recommendations as well. Another project that we are not proposing to fund with the 2025 NOFA, but we are proposing that we consider for program income funding in the near future is the Crisis Center that's on the list. That Crisis Center would be located on the Mad River Community Hospital campus and has several different short-term programs that are intended to stabilize folks that are going through a crisis in our community, divert them from other types of holds that would be maybe less suited to mental health crisis, and to provide some sobering facilities to help transition people when they're having challenges out in the community in ways that provide them that mental health support. This project, when we came to you last year, was largely unfunded. Had we gone through it at that time, we probably would have been one of the first in. At this point, and again, this is a project that Connie Stewart and her team are leading. I know we have folks here tonight that from her team that can speak on it. And I'll save the specific dollar amounts for that public comment. But the majority of the funding has been secured now for that project, and there is still a gap. And so the $1 million, or the $1 million, I believe that's noted in here, is something that we'll come back and ask for a program income application in the near future. And again, we don't recommend this for the 2025 NOFA. We talked a little earlier, I think the mayor brought up the concept of the water meter project. This is a great idea. It's a little premature for this particular funding cycle. I met with the directors of environmental services and engineering earlier today. And we've been just trying to figure out the timing for when funding comes in and when the project goes through. And there's still some questions outstanding about the scope of the project and what requirements there would be as a result of that scope for ensuring that the area being served is serving low mod income households. And so we want to keep this one on for scoping, but that's likely going to be ripe in 2027 when we've really identified what the next stage of the I&I project, the steel water line replacement projects and the I'm sorry, not the I&I. Did I lose nature? I did. Steel water line projects, what that area will encompass. And so that, again, we can offset some wastewater funds with that CDBG funding. It'll just likely be in a follow-on NOFA.
Could I just ask a real question so I don't lose it?
Sure.
Did you say the I&I projects are not?
Yeah, I said I&I, which stands for inflow and infiltration.
Right.
The water main replacements are not associated with inflow and infiltration. They're associated with the steel water line replacements. And so I misspoke. I just wanted to correct myself real quick there.
Okay, so it's still in the running of possible funded programs, but the water meter replacement is not?
The water meter replacement should stay on the list. I don't think that it's appropriate for the 2025 NOFA.
Okay.
because of the timing of those steel water line replacement projects. The
Okay.
next phase and the timing for this application don't link up well.
Okay,
But it is a good idea if we can be competitive in 2027.
thank you.
And then, I'll leave it to Councilmember Stillman to talk about the project she wants to add, but certainly multifamily rehab is an eligible activity. And I'm happy to address any other questions you might have, but with that, I'd like to close and ask the council open for public comment to receive suggestions for the scoping. And we'll update that scoping list for both our meeting on the 17th and the 18th upcoming here. And then lastly, I wanted to reiterate, we're not talking about Rogers Garage tonight. That'll be a program income funded project sometime well after the environmental work has been done for that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, were you recommending that we take public comment before we hear from Alex and other council members?
Typically, you ask for clarifying questions from staff first, and then
Right.
you open it for
Okay,
public
I
comment.
misunderstood.
And so I'm happy to follow your lead.
Great, okay. So, Alex, did you want to present yours?
Well,
And then we can
I
have
could go ahead
questions?
if you'd like. So, I've been involved with the Arcata House, and one of the things that's going on at the Grove right now that I thought I would bring you all up to date on, and I think we should be considering it, is that at the Grove, they need to continue to work on their solar upgrade. It's not functioning at the level it should be functioning. They also have 4 units that are in need of replacement furniture. So it's not like I could just take my furniture and give it to them. It has to be a certain kind of furniture that they can have. And their sidewalk is out of 3% is out of grade to meet ADA. And the part that I think out of the 40 units they have, 12 units are no longer in use because they've been completely destroyed. And so I'm thinking that we should really think about how we could do some rehabilitation around upgrading the needs at the Grove. I did call West Village Studios, and I talked to them too about any concerns they had. Their main concern was that they really appreciate the fact that their tenants can get a subsidy from the city of Arcata towards rents, and otherwise they're in fine shape, they said. And so I'm just mentioning that program that's been really effective for many people in our community, and there are individuals also at the Grove that are using it. So I'd like to see about adding Arcata House rehabilitation to see if we can get those 12 units that are not in use right now rehabilitated, get the bathroom put back, get the whatever is missing that's been torn out by tenants to get it up and running again. And so we can have actually all the units there. And they have the 4 units that I mentioned that need replacement of the furniture. Right now, they wouldn't pass an inspection. So, not our inspection, but the inspection that they would require. So that means that we would actually have 16 units that are not available for housing. And I think it's really needed to have as much housing as we can for those that are required and needed. So that's my proposal. You can take public comment.
Could I just ask a clarifying question before we go on? That could not be underneath public service activities for the homeless services for the Grove and West Village? I know it says operational, allowing organizations to continue providing essential services, or they need to be 2 separate.
Yeah, there might be a way to. It's possible that that the funding could be shared. I'd have to look into that. But one thing I will say in terms of homeless services is the amounts that they're committing to the different activities. The bucket that homeless services is in for this NOFA comprises about 15% of the overall funding, and it's going to be very competitive this cycle because a lot of the federal funding has gone away, which is part of the reason why we have such great need as well. And we don't have a record of running those programs in the recent past. And so we're likely to be not very competitive for those. We'll certainly explore that more if that's the interest of the council. But our initial assessments is that those would be highly competitive funds that the city doesn't have a lot of experience operating. So it's probably not going to be a successful application.
So you're thinking even though it's I would consider it a tremendous need to provide more housing, it's probably, maybe we shouldn't consider it?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The project that you're proposing, the multifamily rehab, we've done several of those in the last several years, and that's something that we can demonstrate, and I think we'd be competitive for.
Okay, I misunderstood after Kimberly
But
asked that question.
The
So thank you.
services funding, the actual public
Oh, okay.
service, like providing, permanent supportive housing type services, is an area where we haven't competed well in the past, and we haven't focused on that. We haven't developed a repertoire of projects that we can point to, or programs that we can point to show the state that we've demonstrated capacity for this, and that's one of the big buckets of points that we have to compete for. And there's going to be, I would offer that most jurisdictions that go for CDBG funding are going to be looking for public services funding this time around.
But then you're saying that, so if Alex's proposed, rehabilitation, I mean, there's already the homeowner and ownership assistance rehab, and so this would be separate, and it would be a multifamily rehab program.
Yeah, it would be a project, not a program. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so if you look on the staff report.
Okay, so it would be a single project as opposed to the one that's listed on here, which is a program with different applicants.
Yeah, exactly. So for example, on page 222 on the second page under the discussion, the breakdown of the various types of application, we'd probably fall under, in this scenario, one project, one program, and one planning service, public service or planning. And so that would be like planning for Little Lake, program would be economic development, and the project would be a multifamily rehab. That's a way that we could make that application.
Would assistance for rebuilding that block on H Street, would that be something that would be a potential opportunity, or?
That would be more of a, direct economic development assistance. And for a project of that size, it would be an over-the-counter. We wouldn't be applying through the NOFA. There's a certain percentage of CDBG funds that has to be set aside for economic development activities. It's like 20% of the budget that comes through CDBG.
Mm-hmm.
And so they take some of that 20% and they put it into the notice of funding availability and make it available through that process. And you can apply for up to $300,000, I believe, for those types of activities. If you had a loan that was larger than $300,000, then you do an over-the-counter loan. And so, for example, when we worked with Wing, that was a $2.1 million loan that we worked with the state through an over-the-counter process and made that loan. Whereas, most of the business loans that we make, people are just coming to us and borrowing less than $300,000. They're doing it through our grant program.
Can some of these funds be used to help pay for our economic development plan that we're working on?
Probably not. The planning and technical assistance grant could go towards, that type of study. But we're so far into the study that they usually want to see something new. They don't want to come in the middle of a project that's already started. And there are several nuances specific to CDBG for why that's the case.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, with all these economic development activities, do we crowdsource this with like the SBDC or other entities that kind of help
We
with it?
typically do partner with other SBA lenders, or we partner with North Edge a lot, and so definitely with our programs in general, in particular with the CDBG program, because it has to be gap financing. We typically can't come in as the only lender. Under rare circumstances, we can come in as the only lender, but that means that the business is getting money from other sources as well. And so we're typically collaborating really well with the other lenders in the area.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Are we talking about our priority projects, or, I mean, don't I get to speak? No?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm ready to go to the public, but I thought we were doing council first. Okay, so are we prioritizing? Because I didn't hear that with my colleagues.
I would like to hear from the public before I begin prioritizing.
Yeah, and I would say because we're doing 3 opportunities for scoping, we don't really need to prioritize tonight. You're more than welcome to do that if you want, to start throwing out your ideas so that everyone can get their creative juices flowing.
Sure.
But we're not asking for direction tonight.
Okay, so, and then my other question was, I need some clarification, as you said, you're not doing 2 projects, you're not 2 planning, 2 projects, 2 programs. What does that mean? I mean, just one each, or are you saying we can't mix and match?
Yeah, so on page 222 of the packet, underneath the discussion,
Right.
we've broken down the different options. So you can apply for 1 project, 1 program, and 1 public service, or 1 planning and technical assistance. Or you can apply for 1 project and 2 public services, or planning and technical assistance.
Got it.
Or you can apply for 1 program, 2 public services, or planning and technical assistance.
Thank you.
So those are the mix of different types of applications that you can make.
Okay.
And just to give you the counter example, you couldn't do 2 projects. That's not an option here. We couldn't say, oh, we want to do Arcata Gardens project and we want to do the Bayview Courtyards project. We would have to pick one.
Okay, so I see people are lined up. Step up to the podium, please.
Good evening and thank you. I work with Connie Stewart, and I also work and live right in the neighborhood, which has been being looked at for the Behavioral Health Triage Center. And I'm also a parent. And like most families in our area, I've had to leave our area to find mental health care for someone I love. In our rural community, behavioral health crises don't come with backup. When someone is suicidal, psychotic, or overwhelmed by addiction, families are often left to choose between calling the police, driving long distances, or hoping and praying the crisis passes. Rural communities face higher suicide and substance use risk, and distance to services can turn a moment of pain into a tragedy. Without crisis infrastructure, emergency rooms and jails become the default system of care. Law enforcement is pulled away from public safety, and people in crisis wait in hallways or holding cells instead of receiving treatment. I strongly support the Behavioral Health Triage Center because it was designed by our local healthcare leaders who understand our community and also our continuum of care. It fills a critical gap, it meets people where they are, and provides a safe, appropriate response to crisis. The center also reflects the values of our community: compassion, responsibility, and care for our neighbors. Building this crisis infrastructure is not a luxury, it's the right thing to do. And Connie will be giving comment by remote here, and she'll be giving some of those numbers too, David, that you referred to. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Good evening again. I'll go with the sea level rise one that was on the one on the list, and one of the reasons is because, well, you're spending 50 million of public money, so let's try to get money with a grant for that. But it's going to be a challenge because the first question should we be asking is, what is the Coastal Commission going to do as far as, are they going to allow any of this to happen? And I think the old council, actually before you guys, they were rolling phase 1 and 2 of the phase 1 and 2. And it was interesting about some of the folks there, they actually asked the question like, hey, I heard those guys are really tough. are they going to approve of this? And someone actually from staff called and found out that, putting 1 and 2 together would not be a very good idea because, our phase 1 that got approved might go down with that combination. So there is information with the Coastal Commission ruling on phase 1 on the plant regarding this, but if it seems like the city has spent a lot of time and money in pursuing the whole levy strategy, and it's a very expensive one, that I think it's time we see how it all plays out. So and I'd much rather have it done with the grant strategy than, collecting from all our rate folks out there. I actually thought that the grant was the only way that we were going to go as far as the levies and all that. I didn't think we'd ever, go after the rate folks on this. So I support trying to go in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hello. After listening to that presentation, it seems like there's not really much interest in funding public services for the houseless community in Arcata. And not only that, it just doesn't really seem to work. In the past, those projects have run out of money. And I would just encourage you guys to maybe take off your collared shirts and blazers and walk down there and actually talk to people, and engage with those people and, see what it's like. Because you can talk about all of these funding these projects that don't seem to really work or make a difference. And it's really discouraging to just fucking listen to people talk about it and not see the way these people are living and the real effect that sweeps are having on these people. And literally, like, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Before I speak, I wanted to ask if that is the housing, because you said earlier that you were going to speak on plenty of housing options, and so we should sit down and be quiet and listen for those and wait. Is what you've just spoken about those housing options, or is there going to be something else that you're going to talk about?
There's 3 pages of there, and of that, 7 would support housing or homeless services.
Okay, so just those. Sorry, I need to collect myself. So those, just like considering possibly funding the programs that may help people is what you told us to sit down and be quiet for. But, I understand that each of you are human. You're not actively malicious, but it is villains in media who talk the way that you do. Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses? Ebenezer Scrooge. Are there no programs for these people for where they can go when we kick them out of their homes? They need somewhere to be, and you just kind of go, oh, well, we're already funding these programs. Why would we might consider more funding for these people, but maybe rather than, going down there and seeing, how, like, how it's affecting people. And I agree with you there, actually going and seeing and witnessing what is happening rather than just sitting, I understand, again, you are all human. You're not sitting up on your high chairs tossing scraps at the poor, but there's a reason that you're being perceived that way by some people. And, do you want to be Ebenezer Scrooge? So I have to say.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and where are my benches, bathrooms, and trash bins? I don't know if that was on the list, but I was at the session where we talked about Little Lakes, and the decision was to, quote, develop a section of it and then restore a part of it, I think. And as I walked away, I started thinking, I have a friend who works on campus studying otters, and a thought was made about a campground or something like that at the Little Lakes property. And maybe this is one of those projects that Cal Poly Humboldt could have a research institute on site to study a lot of the issues that happen at the marsh. And that Little Lakes area could be a research facility, and take it off the list for us necessarily, and see if the campus is interested in acquiring and or utilizing that space for really great research purposes. So that's one thing I wanted to say, as opposed to some exclusive little campground for Godwit Days folks coming to visit. Really disconcerting to hear about Arcata House and the Grove. I just think that if we had, the mention was made at the last meeting about the lack of, or the cost of porta potties and the lack of bathrooms for large scale events and stuff. And maybe we really need to start looking at creating places throughout town for people to sit, use the bathroom, and throw things away. Because what's happening and people are talking about is they're in places right now where people apparently don't want them to be, because they're collecting a lot of materials around them, and they're using nature as a bathroom, and you know, having benches and things like that would really improve the look to the city of Arcata. And then the BBC called us a sustainable city and used the marsh as an example. There's so many other things that could make us even more honest on the map of sustainability, and we should be looking at those types of ideas. And so I just want to say, think about the campus or the Cal Poly Humboldt using the Little Lakes area and getting funding away from this type of funding for research purposes. I think that would be a really wonderful union of city and campus.
Hello. I didn't really come up here with any big idea in mind. I didn't realize that those were the only 7 measures in place to help homeless people and just the in-house population. I mean, when I went to go to school here, my friends were like, "Oh, so you want to be homeless when you go to school?" There's the amount of housing that exists in Arcata is nowhere near enough. There's a mass homeless population here, and places where people have been able to live, like in the 40, have been swept and swept. There are at least 3 encampments that I know of that have been swept, and those people have nowhere to go. And so where do you expect people to go if the beds are full? There's a lot of people I know on the streets who haven't been able to get into beds, and instead they just get fined again and again and again, and so they either wind up in jail or being forced to leave. And so you have this entire population that isn't being supported. There aren't the mental health services necessary to support people, anyone in general in Arcata. And so I believe that the funding should be going towards populations that are more vulnerable, and also that the sweep should stop, right? The violence that is being carried out against the populations of Arcata should stop. And also that, and again specifically, that mental health services should be funded, right? That's something, sorry I'm repeating myself. It's just wild to me that, I mean, I do believe that those 7 measures around homelessness should be, at minimum, highly considered. Because, have any of you guys been to the 40? Cool. Do you believe that do you believe that sweeping people is the way to go when they have nowhere to go afterwards? Like, there aren't the programs in place to be helping people. It's like, you kind of have to build the house before you can sweep the person, because otherwise they won't have anywhere to go. You're just playing ping pong with people. These are people's lives. I don't know if you've spent time talking to these people, but it is not helpful just to continue to destroy people's homes and take their stuff. Services need to be in place to help them. Thank you very much. And assalamu alaikum.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Okay, as usual, I'll probably put my foot in my mouth because I didn't quite understand about not speaking about the Rogers Garage thing. I'm not going to speak about that. But my question is, you guys... You can't. I can't? Okay. You guys had on the website the letter from Holder Law Group, and I just wanted to make sure that you've read page 15, item H, which is the CDBG eligibility determination and project momentum and CEQA's prohibition on pre-commitment. You have so many things on this CDBG list that are so valuable and perfect that to mix Rogers Garage, which has so many questions about it, in with that funding area, please, please, please read section H before you make any determinations on this, because I would hate to have us be subject to a big lawsuit because we went against the CEQA process in funding, you know, even just the title clearing, which is what the CBGB thing was, okay? I'm not a professional at this. I just get this stuff and going, you guys, you can't give this guy a bunch of money. Come on. Anyway, so that's my opinion for today.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Yeah, I'll keep my comments brief. It's about Rogers Garage. Just kind of one thing, I guess, is I noticed the project cost on the agenda item or the staff report is different than what was previously presented. I was wondering why that was. And also, I guess I'll just kind of wrap it up here, that if it cannot be taken off the list, maybe there should be some more thought before it goes on the list. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hello, my name is Mike Taylor. I'm a direct neighbor of Rogers Garage. I'm also sort of confused by having it on the list and excusing ourselves and whatever. So I've been here 2 hours. I'm just going to speak my piece. I've run Atlas Engineering for 17 years. I have a pretty good hand in development. I spent about 7 years ago jumping through every hurdle possible to build a single family residence, and I touched this property. Tonight, you know, you guys are talking about giving taxpayer money to a private developer. And it doesn't sound like he's going to go through the same rigmarole. You know, I just feel like there's a lot of other ways we can invest money. There's 2 contaminated lots within a block of the plaza right now that we could pursue. One's been contaminated for a long time and one just burned down. Those could be housing. Those could be concepts for a CDBG. So maybe we're going to have more discussions, but I know how quick the government works. So again, I'm just going to speak my piece. I will just press to you guys sort of this question. If I approached you privately, not as a board, but as an individual selling a lot, and I told you had an acre in Sunny Bay or in Bayside, but that it was super contaminated and was on the worst possible list, that it could lead to litigation as soon as one kid or one dog or someone gets sick, that it still has buried vehicles and parts, including the back end of a Datsun truck coming out of the ground on my property line. If I told you that the school next door had to excavate 5 feet of soil to get to buildable, expensive foundations, or that after they excavated 5 feet, the tribes came in and told them that the excavated soil had to be stored on site forever, and couldn't be paved over and had to be stockpiled. If I told you it required special planning overlays that I had to go through, but maybe or maybe not, you'll exempt them. That it didn't have a single fire egress, that, you know, that it had 1 but not 2 for this development, that it didn't meet all these concepts of code, that you had a historic structure on site, that you just kind of keep going down this list like they're saying. At what point would you as a developer laugh me out of your office and say, I'm not going to buy that lot. I'm not going to spend not $625,000 or $5 million or $0 on it. I'm just going to avoid this lot. Let Dan Johnson develop a lot. That's fine. But we don't need to be in bed with a developer on a really gross, disgusting lot. Please, just stay out of this one. I mean, that for me, that's compromise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have anyone else in attendance for public comment? If not, we will go to Zoom. Do we have anyone on Zoom for public comment?
Yes, we have 9 hands raised.
And what was the, remind me, kind of new at this?
I'm sorry, just as I said that, we have 10.
So what is there a time limit or how does that work? Okay. So we can take them all?
It's 3 minutes, just like everybody else.
Okay, no, I meant, can we take them all? Yeah. Okay,
we have to.
perfect. Great. Let's start. 10.
Hillary, please go ahead. Hillary.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm calling to urge you to say no to the call for adopting Gaza City as a sister city of Arcata. It is currently run by
Yeah, this
designated
is not,
terror.
we're still commenting on the new business public scoping hearing on potential projects, but you will get an opportunity towards the end to speak items not on the agenda.
Connie, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Connie Stewart from Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. And I first want to start out by saying that is the building's name that we go by. But the project that we are actually working on is called, how do we address families in acute crisis with dignity? And that's really what the scope of this project is. And the idea is to have multiple layers of service to be able to meet people where they are. We would have sobering beds there, and the sobering bed area would have semi-private spaces. It would have showers, toilets, and it would have lockers for personal belongings. We would have adolescent crisis stabilization there as well, and adult crisis stabilization. And then there would also be crisis residential beds for people with both mental health and substance use crisis issues. Families could bring people there. Our law enforcement could be there, or people can walk in on their own if they have issues. And the idea would be to get them stabilized and work with them to determine the level of care they need, and then also to work with outpatient services and to link them so that they're navigated. I just wanted to say we've had an amazing response from the community and from the state for funding this project. So far, we've raised $25 million, but we need a little bit more. 2.6 of that came from the county. Senator McGuire got us another 5.5. Providence St. Joe's got us 2 million. And then we have a private foundation that has given us 2.5. And then, of course, an amazing gift. Mad River Hospital is providing the land for the property and leading the effort for this project, along with me, the chief cheerleader and fundraiser. As David said, we're moving forward, and we are coming next week with our plan development. I mean, our plan to the city to seek permits for it. But we're just a little short, and it would be nice to have the city of Arcata join those partners in providing some funding to this project that is so needed in our community and region. So I just would urge you, I heard staff say they're not recommending moving forward now with this project, but I would urge you as a council.
Thank you, Connie. Your time is up.
Justin, please go ahead. Justin, it looks like you're muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
Apologies about that. Yeah, so quickly, thank you for the hold water fund. It does liven the meeting. Appreciate that. And congratulations to the city on being so good historically at these applications. It is not a trivial talent, and we all appreciate it as citizens. One of the items that was discussed by David Loyo is that past projects just roll over to the following years at the end of comments. I'd love to hear what the process is for permanently removing them. I know that the deadline is approaching and that we've got public hearings on February 17 and 18. That's a week when school is out and a lot of folks are out of town. If there's a remote option for February 17, at least that would be much appreciated. Wanted to understand what information will be provided to the public on these projects, programs, and planning options within the February 17th meeting. Happy to hear about that at the end of comment as well. My main comment, though, is that the proposed Danko Communities project is the subject of significant public opposition, still undergoing CEQA review, has outstanding first position liens, and the purchase may trigger issues under California's alter ego doctrine. The project proponent is wealthy and capable of self-funding this development without siphoning funds from projects, programs, and planning options that do not have the option of self-funding. I'm respectfully suggesting and requesting that this project be removed from consideration within this round of CDBG application and within those moving forward. You know, there is an ongoing grant for the the Valley West Neighborhood Center. Other members of the public have made compelling arguments in favor of mental health, sea level rise abatement, housing projects, and benches, bathroom, and bins. There's no reason to have this project on this list. I do want to note that Patrick Coude sent an email to this council at 1:50 p.m. today, and I agree with the points that he made. I also agree with the section H remark brought by the woman, I believe, 6 prior to me. Also wanted to note that David Loya mentioned that he'd come back to the council for program income funding on the Rogers Garage project later. That was at or about 8:47 p.m. of this evening. Would like to know when he's contemplating making this request and what level of funding he is anticipating requesting. And with that, I'd love to hear responses to the questions that I've got, and that concludes my comments for the moment.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
S. Smith, please go ahead. It looks like you've unmuted yourself. Can you please try talking?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So I have scoured through historical Arcata City Council meeting minutes, and it actually, in I believe 2021, when Arcata House Partnership ran out of funding, and needed to close down the old Soilscape safe parking program, that the city council actually carved out that 4-part parcel as dedicated to a safe parking program or shelter or similar whenever any organization takes up the mantle on that. So I do believe that these sweeps are illegal on that specific property, and as is the moving of the kinetic arts into the building. That building, the warehouse, and the lot it is on has already been set aside by city council as a safe place for homeless people to stay. And furthermore, when it comes to affordable housing, putting people in jails in affordable housing, I'm speaking with people in jail right now who are talking about the influx of unhoused folks who are just getting arrested after these sweeps and put in jail and held for an indeterminate amount of times. And that's turning our carceral system into our housing solution. And with everything that's come out federally about how fucking corrupt this nation is, I think Arcata could do well to take itself out of the sights of the revolt that is inevitably coming by taking care of our most disadvantaged members. Think carefully, I guess. I see the rest of my time.
Spagnum, please go ahead.
Hi. Wow, that's wild about the zoning stuff for the 4 parcels at the 40, and that y'all are still doing the sweeps there. That's illegal. As well as you're also sweeping, people that are living there with disabilities, which goes against the Americans with Disabilities Acts and the reasonable modifications under Title II.
Spagman, I hate to interrupt you,
tie
but
it
I
into the
don't
public
know if it's
funding.
germane to the proposals. If you can bring it into where it's talking about a specific proposal, that would be great. But this is what we're talking about now. You can speak later.
I'm tying them in. You just interrupted me. That's rude. So as I was saying, I'm tying it into this to the other stuff about that y'all have been talking about funding. This has to do with a broader sentiment toward our unhoused neighbors, because at the beginning of what y'all were talking about for applying for these grants and fundings, that guy, he said, oh, whatever you want to throw on there, just throw on there if you have any projects, even if you think they won't get approved. And then of course, as soon as we start talking about housing and programs for funding to like help get unhoused people like housing, then he pipes in and is like, I don't know if that's going to work out. It's, a little too competitive, etc. It hasn't worked in the past. So I'm seeing a huge double standard here where y'all are like, oh, try and get it funded under this program and apply for these grants. And then y'all are just really dragging your feet when it comes to funding other programs. Like another commenter said toward the beginning, y'all are really dragging your feet on actual actionable solutions and actually applying for grants to get funding for like this stuff. And you're, you know, you're funding other things, and you're like getting in bed with like private, like investing in private like business infrastructure and different things like that. It's just really seedy and frustrating. And then of course when people try and point out how it's like a dual issue, like it's like a whole systemic issue, you interrupt people and you push people to the wayside, and you talk these long drawling presentations about all these different things, and it's just frustrating because we want to see actual things happen. We want to see actual things funded. Yeah. And also, side note, but your desire to sanitize Arcata so that you can gentrify and develop it will leave you with hollow souls, and no matter what, this town will once again become Houdini among the redwoods. I think that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Kathleen, please go ahead. Kathleen, please unmute yourself. It looks like you've unmuted yourself. Can you please try speaking, Kathleen? We're not hearing you on our end. Please try speaking one more time, or else I'll have to move on to the next speaker. Okay, I'm still not hearing you, Kathleen. My apologies. Call-in user 3, please go ahead. Call-in user 3, please unmute yourself. I believe you may have to hit *6 if you're on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'm not giving you direction. Please move on.
Just one moment here, trying to get back in order. Aaron, please go ahead. Aaron Bennett, I've unmuted you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be short. I just wanted to, there's been a lot of good things said by some of the folks who have spoken here on, unfortunately, Rogers Garage. I just want to second what was said by Justin. I do think it's appropriate that that be removed from this list. It was mentioned at the beginning that that may be an option for projects that might not be in the public's interest. I think this might qualify for that. It doesn't appear that this project is available for this particular funding stream, as was mentioned in the letter from Mr. Holder and kind of summarized by Patrick in the letter that he'd sent. But mostly, that all being said, I do want to say that we appreciate the roundtable that was held on Rogers Garage. But there have been a lot of questions that have come up tonight. I just wanted to request that a time frame be set for which we can expect to have the questions that were brought up on this addressed. And I'm assuming with this particular Rogers Garage project, as Mr. Loya had mentioned, there will be other meetings held to discuss the funding, but I want to make it clear that it's not appropriate to have it included in this evening's discussion. So thank you. That's all I've got.
Mayor White, I have one more hand raised here. Hillary, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for the next item 12.
Okay, thank you.
So there is no more folks on Zoom for this?
Correct. There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. So okay. So we have not been able to weigh in, just to confirm. We haven't denied or approved homeless services or housing because we wanted to hear the community first, because you are going to inform our decisions. My confusion, though, is you're telling us not necessarily to prioritize or tell what we're leaning towards or any of that?
Yeah, this is just a scoping hearing. The intention is to add items to the scoping list. I've got 2 items that I took down. If you heard any more and you can remind me, I'd appreciate it. But benches, bathrooms, and bins, recycle and trash. And then to set up some kind of a center for research with Cal Poly to study Little Lake were 2 comments that I picked up as new items that we'll add to the list.
I want to make sure, because I know folks have been waiting to hear what projects might be feasible. And I'm wondering, do we not want to say any, when will we get an opportunity?
You're more than welcome to talk about what your priorities are and what you think we should be applying for.
Oh, okay.
I think you should also continue to allow the scoping process, which there will be 2 additional scoping meetings to play out.
Great. I just wanted to clarify what we were supposed to do.
Yeah, it's up to you. If you want to talk about your priorities now, that'd be a great thing.
I'd like to wait to hear the results of the other couple scoping hearings, please.
Well, I'll just say that I support adding Alex's idea to the list too.
That was added.
I think that kind of fits with the other one that's on here, which has to do with rehabbing just general shelters that Arcata House has. But I think, focusing on getting those units back available to the community should be a priority.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's really important for us to keep our homeless facilities operating, and that we should have all the units, even though they in the best condition we can possibly get them, and get them redone so that we can add those, basically 16 more back into the system for more additional housing. Because we've had people talk about the need of housing, and they were talking about the 40, back 40 or south 40, it has different names, and so that creates housing for those people that need it. So thank you. So we're going to add that. And how do you add that, David? Would that be under public service activities?
No, that'll be under the projects, the housing and community development activities.
Public facilities?
No, it'll be under
Public
housing and community development activities on page 2 of 4 of attachment A, or 225 of the packet.
Okay.
And so we'll add that under there.
And
okay, thank you.
David, can I ask you to re-clarify why we don't think that the behavioral health triage would be appropriate right now? Because it seems like it is a critical time for it moving forward. And I know that's been a priority project of the council for a while, and just like of the county in general. So I know you touched on it before, but can you just refresh what you said?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, you said the behavioral health. So the triage center is appropriate for our program income funding. It's not an eligible, it is a project, but there are specific kinds of projects. And then moreover, it needs a lot more money than we can apply for through the CDBG NOFA. We have program income on hand, and I've been working with Connie Stewart for probably about 1.5 years, 2 years now on this project. And the council has seen it once before. We will be bringing forward either at the same hearing date or around the same hearing date as we actually apply for the CDBG NOFA. We'll also be bringing forward applications for our program income. If you recall, we recently added some funding to our open grant for ED through the same process where we're adding program income. So it's not that it's not appropriate. It's just that it's not appropriate for this funding source.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And when we do that, just one more thing. When we do that, Connie will be able to present what the project is. You'll get a full understanding. You'll be able to ask any questions that you want about that project. I realize she got cut short tonight.
And I also appreciate that you have separated the Arcata House project from rehabilitation project as opposed to program, saying that it would have a better chance to be funded. So I concur. I would love to see that added also. I want to fund them all, but I know that's not possible. But I just want to say, since you said we shouldn't be necessarily zoning in on particular projects, maybe just to say, for me, my priorities reflect what has the greatest impact on our residents. So housing comes first, providing critical support for our unhoused community, support for home ownership, rehabilitation, workforce housing, because stable, affordable.
You found that. I was
Yes, so we already have that from the past.
fantastic. Yeah. So back at you, Joanne.
And Juani's line up at the podium.
City officials did not make any effort to identify. City officials did not make any effort to identify or offer alternative shelter to people with arrest. This is moving on with arrest. This is moving on to the Americans with Disabilities Act. When APD denied the people in this camp access to services and threatened organizations that serve them with legal action if they continue to serve the area, they violated this law and these people's ability to easily access services. We'll also move on to, and once again, it's a failure to provide to the public.
Mayor White, if I could just provide a comment. Services are available for people. They can go from Arcata House from 1 to 4. The city put $200,000 towards temporary shelter options, and those are available. And they're not permanent, but they're temporary. And I'll just say there's different rules that govern what happens on private property versus public property. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for clarifying. Next.
So please put this resolution on the agenda for the next meeting and stop the sweeps. What the APD did at the 40 was shameful and disgusting, and Arcata and Gaza City should be a sister city. Thank you.
Thank you for your update.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and talked about a lot, a task force, citizens task force on these local matters, and a group of 19 Buddhist monks who've been walking since October 26th from Fort Worth, Texas, through the American South in all sorts of conditions and weather, and they are gathering so many people along the way because their message, and Buddhist monks don't walk for nothing. They're noticing the need for them to walk for peace. And gosh, if we want to, do a ceremonial matter honoring them, that would be wonderful. But pay attention to the Walk for Peace, because people are paying attention in person when they see these monks, and me when I'm following them online. This is who we need to be: peaceful, mindful, loving kindness, and respecting everyone as human beings and giving them dignity. And you're seeing in Minneapolis how people are responding to that as well. So it's all connected. Put Venezuela on the agenda so it can be discussed.
Thank you for your comment. If there is nobody else in person to comment, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have 9 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor White, I just remind you that the policy's been when we're taking public comment is identify everybody who wants to speak to raise their hand initially, and then not go beyond that and have hands.
Right,
continue.
we'll be taking 9. Thank you.
So right as we were discussing that, the hands went to 11.
So we're going to take 11, but that's, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Hillary, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm calling in to urge this council to reject any movement to adopt Gaza City as a sister city of Arcata while it remains under Hamas rule. Sister city relationships confer legitimacy and normalize governance structures, and Hamas is a designated terrorist organization by the United States, the EU, Canada, and many other nations. Establishing this relationship would be perceived as tacit endorsement of Hamas's authority. Their charter explicitly calls for Israel's annihilation and the destruction of the Jewish people. The organization has committed numerous terrorist attacks targeting civilians, most notably, of course, October 7th on civilians within Israel's sovereign borders. It also suppresses dissent and terrorizes Palestinian civilians and restricts freedoms within Gaza itself. Adopting a city under Hamas rule would send a chilling message to Arcata's Jewish community that this council is willing to legitimize an organization whose stated goal includes their destruction. Beyond the moral concerns, Hamas's control of Gaza creates serious security and legal complications for any official municipal engagement. Sister city relationships should reflect shared democratic values and mutual respect and accountable governments. This proposal fails that standard. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
iPhone 58, please go ahead.
Hello, Honorable Council. I am also calling you to urge you not to adopt Gaza as a sister city. I want to echo the previous public speaker who was there in person, who suggested that the council follow the monks. They are peaceful people. The people who govern Hamas, which governs Gaza, they are not peaceful. They are terrorists. They do not believe in peace and dignity, which is what the monks believe in. They believe in force and might. They've used tremendous international funds to build tunnels. They will not let their own residents seek shelter in those tunnels that the international community has given billions of dollars to. So this is not a government that you would want to align yourselves with. This is a designated terrorist entity. And when there is a peaceful government in place, that is the time to adopt Gaza as your sister city. That is the time to reach out a loving hand to a community that does need support, but not with a government like Hamas leading at this time. Thank you very much for listening.
Abraham, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm going to exclude a few people here, but have you noticed that the Israel haters don't have their own arguments? Like, we invented the word genocide to describe what was done to the Jews during the Holocaust. We say genocide is bad and you shouldn't commit genocide. And they go, yeah, and the Jews are committing genocide. Then we say racial and ethnic hatred are wrong. Don't be a racist. And what do they say? Yeah, and Jews are racist. So I come in time after time and tell you that I care about Palestinians. And the person who inspired me to say it that way, hold up the sign that said that on it, that's the one I'm excluding from what I'm about to say here. That I want the killing to end and for Palestinian children to have enough food to eat. I tell you who the real enemies of the Palestinian people are: Hamas, who beat Palestinian women, shoot Palestinian children, and have committed far greater atrocities against Palestinians than Israel can ever be accused of. And they call me a racist. I tell you that Jews and Palestinians can coexist peacefully, that I do not want the 70% of black and brown Israelis to throw down their arms and be massacred. And they say, we hate the children of our Palestinian neighbors here in America. We are not the same. I think there are good-hearted people who have just been misled, but for the most part, people who address you, like, I can speak out against the radical fringe in Israel that doesn't want peace. But they just told you a couple hours ago in the first comment section that they disagree strongly with calls not to send money to the smallest, most violent element in Palestinian society, Hamas, the only group inside Gaza that opposes peaceful coexistence with its neighbors, who doesn't mind if a few more thousand Palestinian children have to die in the process. I don't want to believe the degree of murderous rage a person has to feel to trot out their own children as political props. It's sick. Look, bro, I don't know your children, and I'm sure they're wonderful people, but can we leave them out of this? Like, you're supposed to be a Unitarian, okay? Be better. Fun fact, skinheads and white nationalist groups have always referred to Jews as the Zionists. And the last time we saw legitimate institutions overrun by brown shirts with no interest in the things that actually affect the community and screaming about Zionists was in Nazi Germany. But instead of recognizing Holocaust Remembrance Day so we can make sure it never happens again, here we are, allowing the most violent, radical voices, the representatives of Hamas here in Arcata, to set the tone. It's time for the city council to take a stand by stating clearly that these people are not welcome. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Call in user 4, please go ahead. Call in user 4, please click *6 to unmute. It looks like you've unmuted yourself. Can you please try speaking?
Sure, move on if they're, it sounds like they're coming on.
We just heard you, but then I saw that you muted yourself again. Let me try asking you to unmute one more time here. Okay. Linda, please go ahead. Linda, please unmute yourself.
So,
Linda,
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you. There's some reverb, though, in case you have audio on any other devices in the room.
I couldn't be more articulate than the last two speakers who spoke against having a sister city connection. I would like to just honor what they said and cede my time. Thank you.
OT, please go ahead.
Hello. I would like to reiterate earlier what was said about the Local 40 or the homeless encampment that is supposed to be on an area that is developed and created by the city to house, but has not been developed. But since that project has been abandoned, some things I want to bring up are the same ordinances that were mentioned before, and that the 40 has consistently been
sounds like we've lost them. Do you want to try again, or shall we move on? All right, let's just move on. Is there anyone else?
Kyle, please go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm sick in bed right now, and that's the reason why I'm not there with you all. I wish I could be, because I want to say, for one, stop the sweeps. I'm a member of Humboldt Tenants Union, and we believe that housing is a human right. And secondly, I'm a part of the Humboldt Anti-War Committee, and we would like to have Venezuela or no war with Venezuela resolution that Eureka recently passed added to the next agenda. But what I really want to, talk about now is the fact that there's so many Zionists in public comment trying to dissuade the sister city resolution because they they have a fundamental misunderstanding of what is happening there. This predates Hamas. This predates my entire lifetime, my dad's entire lifetime. Palestinians have been dying since Israel was a British colony, and to come on here and try to blame all of your woes on Hamas is just honestly a cop-out, especially since Bibi Netanyahu is an international war criminal along with many in his cabinet. So yeah, I don't know, perhaps find a hobby, read some books, and literally do anything other than what you're doing right now. As for me, I will see you in person at the next meeting. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Lawrence, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I also was wanting to comment on all the Zionist speaking points. They just kind of wore me down a little bit. They made me a little tired. I think it'd be cool if Arcata designated itself a sister city with Gaza. Yeah, and I really disagree with all the sweeps that are happening. And we're not even like we don't even really like at the moment have a lot of specific programs because we're spending so much of our energy trying to support the people that are being swept. And I think what people really want is for you to just get out of the way. Just stop stop giving so much money and effort to the police, and just let people come out and support the community of people at the 4D without getting arrested. We all sat in this council meeting for so long because we just but no matter how many council meetings we come to, it just feels like no matter what combination of words that we say, like y'all just don't get that the problem is not that we don't have enough money or we don't have enough programs. It's that we're giving so much money to the police to keep bullying these people and arresting them, and it really stinks. We could put that money elsewhere. We could put that money where our mouths are. You could put that money where your mouth is, but y'all love talking, but not a lot of doing. Yeah. That's really all I have to say, other than venting my general frustration with the snail's pace that government moves at. Because, honestly, if the police weren't constantly enforcing all of the arbitrary laws that we have in place right now, people could just fill up all of the empty houses that we have. Again, nationally, we have about 26 empty houses for every one unhoused person, and it's not a we need to build new housing issue either. It's we continue to be rigid in the laws we create, and refuse the idea that private property is kind of bullshit. Yeah, and also the soilscape zone, that place again was zoned for what the people there were using it for. Like there's a reason that a lot of people were there. And it sucks to see y'all being flexible with the law when you choose to, when it benefits you rather than when it benefits the people that live here. Remember that one time that
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up.
Dan, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, yeah, this is Dan Shaheen. I'm the wacky Unitarian who the city council advised not to bring his children to council meetings because it wasn't a safe place for them because of the hateful rhetoric about Palestinians. I'm glad to see that's been toned down somewhat by some of the folks who have been calling in. I just want to say I'm not here to advocate for a sister city or to speak against it. I'm here to advocate for voting on it so that we can end the years of this nonsense we've had to listen to over and over again. As the most hateful people in this community have their opinions elevated by the council, who really seem to feel that despite all the people who've been calling in for years now, that we don't even deserve a vote on this issue. So please end the pain for everyone. And let's end the pain of this meeting too, because that's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Mayor,
Is
the
there-
next caller may have already spoken. You might clarify if they've spoken before, but they may be somebody who was here earlier.
So you're telling me that somebody's, okay.
Rick, please go ahead.
Hi, can I still comment?
Have
Am I
you
good?
spoken earlier?
Maybe.
Okay, yeah, it's one per person. No
All right.
double dipping. Thank you, though. Is there anyone else?
iPhone, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm just here to voice my support for the Venezuelan resolution. I hope you guys adopt it on your agenda. Also, I was just here to support the Venezuelan resolution, but of course, I give my support to stopping the sweeps on the 40, as well as the sister city to Gaza. You know, most of the Zionists use old rhetoric. The Hamas charter clearly states that it separates Jewish people from Zionism. Hamas has accepted a two-state solution. Israel has not. Hamas has agreed to give back hostages and is continuing to do while Israel is bombing them during a ceasefire. So, yeah, I just came here to voice my support for those items, and yeah. Okay, bye.
Okay. We have, if we take 2 more speakers, we'll be at 11 speakers total.
No, okay. So it's the original 11 that we have committed to.
Okay.
So that would be
so
the end.
So the iPhone was the 11th hand raised at the beginning.
Okay, right. All right, thank you so much. So that brings us then to the end of public comment, and that would bring us to the city manager's report if you have anything.
I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so then council reports. All reports shall be specifically limited to items related to city business and shall not request or lead to action by the city council at this meeting. Do we have any council reports? And how about we just start on the right and move on through?
All right. I had my first REDAC meeting. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really of the businesses that were lost during this fire, the people that lost their homes, to celebrate the fire department, and all the fire departments. It was really heartwarming to see everybody come out. I was out at so many different places this weekend, and everywhere I went, everybody just was just feeling the love of community, and it was really inspiring. So thank you everybody that came out to support all of that.
of cities and things like that, talk to me and I'll give you a rundown, or talk to Faith Carlson at RCEA, because she can give you the most amazing rundown that will make you understand it like I kind of do now. But it basically is a charge. It's like an exit charge that PG&E charges you for energy that you paid for previously, and it's for PG&E to be able to recoup more to our northern region, and our CEA was applied and was selected to kind of be the program manager for that. So it's really exciting, and again, if our municipalities show our support for that, it will just kind of sure up that application and all of that. So that's exciting. And then hopefully we will also have a presentation coming up on the public partnership program with RCEA too, where they can present to us about some of the projects they've helped us.
It was great, and our Little Lake study session. Really enjoyed the community coming out for the Parade for Fire, and I have my HWMA meeting next week, so I'll be able to report back at the next meeting.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District no longer really make a difference as far as climate action, because people will be more appealing to take the bus. So they'll no longer be going down to the transit center. None of this will be happening until after the fiscal year, but they won't be using our transit center to pull into anymore. But our bus system, our old bus system that goes to HTA, we'll be using that also. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you all.
My liaison appointments for HCOG, CalCog, LAFCO, et cetera, come later in the month. Appointments for HCOG, CalCog, LAFCO, et cetera, come later in the month. So more to come. Like my fellow colleagues here, I attended several Arcata Rise events, including the Heroes Parade this last February, Sunday on the 1st, and to see what the process might be to agendize a possible discussion or study session for disaster preparedness. Yeah, cool. And then finally, all right. I love it. All right, my passion. Finally, I know that Rogers Garage has raised
About that.
Sure.
There's been a lot of requests and a lot of desires, and so I can share with you what our thought. There's been a lot of requests and a lot of desires, and so I can share with you what our thought process.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I wanted to ask one thing, and maybe. The behavioral health that we had, that was one of the items that was spoken to tonight by two people. Are you going to cut me off right now?
No.
It's okay, just do it. Cut me off right now?
No.
It's okay, just do it.